Order!
O Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Members, I begin this day with the sharing of sad news. The Honourable David Cyril, the first elected Speaker of this Legislative Assembly, passed away on March 1st, 2021. He was 85 years old. Mr. Cyril was born in Edmonton but moved to Yellowknife when he was a child and always considered himself a Northerner at heart. Mr. Cyril worked at the Cominco gold mine before attending the University of Alberta and serving in the Royal Canadian Army Reserve. Mr. Cyril received his law degree at the University of Alberta in 1961 and returned north. He started what was to become the largest law firm in the Northwest Territories, DeWitt Cyril. Mr. Cyril practiced law in the N.W.T for 20 years and was the founding president of the Law Society of the Northwest Territories. At the same time, Mr. Cyril was elected to this assembly in 1967 and served as a member for 12 years. He became our first elected speaker on May 1st, 1975. As our first elected speaker, Mrs. Cyril was instrumental in bringing a representative, fully elected government to the Northwest Territories. Mr. Cyril's legacy in the North reaches far beyond this assembly. He was a key figure in business, playing a critical role in the creation of the diamond industry in the Northwest Territories. As a Scout leader, Mr. Cyril was a leader and mentor to many young children. He was the first president of Scouts Canada and the Northwest Territories. Mr. Cyril's accomplishments are many, but none may be greater than the moral and ethical principles he imparted in his friends and family. He is survived by his wife, Celia Stock, daughter Christy, and stepsons Edward and Nicholas. A proud grandfather, he'll be missed by his 8 grandchildren. On behalf of current and former members of this assembly, I offer our condolences, thoughts, and prayers to Mr. Cyril's family and friends. The flags at the Legislative Assembly are at half-mast, and a condolence book will be available in the Great Hall for members wishing to pass their condolences on to the family. Members, it is fitting that today, as we reflect on the great history of this assembly, that we are also marking 30 years of service by Brian Thagard, our Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Thagard joined the Legislative Assembly as facilities manager on March 4th, 1991. He was appointed Sergeant at Arms in October 2004. As Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Thagard is responsible for the Legislative Assembly, its grounds, and for the protection of members of this chamber. The constant and calm presence Mr. Thagard continues to serve this Assembly with great pride and dedication. I will ask all members to join me in acknowledging his 30 years of service. Merci. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in advance of International Women's Day. In 1975, the United Nations designated March 8th as an opportunity for unity, celebration, reflection, advocacy, and action about the place and role of women across the social, economic, cultural, and political fabric of the world. While it is a day for celebration, on reflection, we must raise awareness of the work that is left to be done towards greater gender equality. The theme of this year's International Women's Day is Choose to Challenge. Mr. Speaker, I decided to search the definition of challenge. What I found is that to challenge is to question the correctness of something. In other words, to ask ourselves if a way of being, a way of thinking, as assumptions that things must be a certain way, is in fact based on fact and evidence, or if it might be based on beliefs we were raised with, assumptions, stereotypes, or fear. If we all choose to challenge, we acknowledge that we likely all have some beliefs, assumptions, ideas, or views that should be questioned. The theme also challenges everyone to identify and call out gender bias and inequality, and to work on changing people's attitudes and behaviors in order to create a fairer, more inclusive society. Mr. Speaker, governments can also choose to challenge. Doing things the way they have always been done is easier. The processes and the systems are in place. But to truly challenge those processes and those systems takes courage, patience, and humility. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is choosing to challenge inequality by proposing the creation of a Gender Equality Unit. The work of the Gender Equity Unit will include making sure the N.W.T's commitment to gender equality is included and reflected in budgets, policies, and programs. Promoting and training staff on how to use Gender-Based Analysis Plus to assess how diverse groups of women, girls, men, boys, and gender-diverse people may experience government policies, programs, and initiatives. Coordinating cross-departmental action on gender issues and women's economic empowerment, and promoting gender equity and leadership at senior levels. In short, the Gender Equity Unit needs to challenge the way we make decisions and allocate resources. History and science tell us that challenging social norms and standing up for a diversity of voices and perspectives can improve decision-making and organizational functioning. But that choice is far from easy. This will make our decision-making better, more inclusive, and more productive. The Gender Equity Unit will also support the continuation of the Campaign School for Women, which equips women with tools and supports to run for elected leadership. The success of the Campaign School for Women can be measured by the increased number of women who are running for office. We need to choose to challenge our own ideas of who should run and who should win and what they are capable of. In this chamber, the elected leadership of the Northwest Territories now counts 9 women around this circle, the most women ever elected to a Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, one election does not mean that the challenge of gender equity is conquered. We, all of us, cannot allow ourselves to forget that one election has not changed the fact that the Northwest Territories was until this election at or near the bottom in terms of gender representativeness across Canada, or that we still have the second highest rate of gender-based violence. We must still choose to challenge every day in how we govern, and in how we look at one another. As the minister responsible for the status of women, I choose to challenge. I choose to challenge gender bias. I choose to challenge inequality. I choose to challenge discomfort, fear, and unfamiliarity, and to embrace my role as a member of the 19th Legislative Assembly to ensure that gender diversity becomes a new normal and not merely historic. Mr. Speaker, I hope others can take a moment to consider whether or how they too choose to challenge in celebration of International Women's Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Mr. Speaker, volunteerism plays an important role in contributing to healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. In the Northwest Territories, community volunteers are essential to community health and well-being, and we recognize their role in contributing to a strong and resilient territory. To acknowledge the vital contributions of volunteers in the Northwest Territories, the Outstanding Volunteer Award Program was developed in 1991. The award provides an opportunity to recognize outstanding volunteers in the Northwest Territories and highlights the importance of volunteerism in the N.W.T and amongst the N.W.T residents. Mr. Speaker, today I want to acknowledge and celebrate the 2020 N.W.T Outstanding Volunteer Award winners. This year, due to the health protocols around public gatherings, it was decided to create a video recognizing the recipients of the award. This video will be released for viewing today. The recipients of the N.W.T Outstanding Volunteer Awards for 2020 are Outstanding Elder Award, Mario Casebeer; Outstanding Youth Award, Anna Seagrave; Outstanding Individual Award, Kathy McCush; Outstanding Group Award, Inclusion Northwest Territories Board of Directors. I would like to briefly highlight each award winner. Mario Casebeer has been a volunteer with the Folks on the Rocks Music Festival for upward of 30 years. He has been a major part of organizing the Folks on the Rocks stages, artists, gears, sound checks, and schedules throughout his tenure and his head stage managers, amongst other roles. He passed his love of music, the Folks on the Rocks Music Festival, and volunteering onto his community and his family. All of his children have been active volunteers with the festival for years. As part of winning the award, Mario receives $1,000 to donate to an organization of his choice. His donation will go to Folks on the Rocks. Anna Seagrave has been an active volunteer in Yellowknife for many years. She volunteers with a variety of projects, including fostering open expressions amongst youth, known as the FOXY program, YWCA's Yellowknife Council, Yellowknife Catholic Schools Indigenous Education Program, and she has taught throat singing to youth at the Welleday Catholic School. She is a role model in her own work to preserve Inuit culture and to support Northern young women to succeed in the Northwest Territories. She is a peer leader who promotes healthy choices and encourages young women to believe in themselves. As a part of winning this award, she receives $1,000 to donate to an organization of her choice. Ms. Seagrave selected FOXY. Kathy McCush has served on the board of directors for the Yellowknife Association of Community Living. She is the co-chair of the Yellowknife Dance Collective, and she has been a member of the chair of the Community Garden Collective Board. Kayla has dedicated her time to carry out community work, delivering community workshops and classes, organizing fundraisers, and contributing to the vision and mission of the organizations that she volunteers with. Her positive outlook and dedication to make her community healthier and happier is evident in every project she becomes a part of. Winning this award, Kayla receives $1,000 to donate to an organization of her choice. Her choice this year will go to Yellowknife Women's Society. Our final recipient for the Outstanding Group Award is Inclusion Northwest Territories. That provides lifelong support and services to individuals with disabilities within their families. The board consists of 9 members who are responsible for establishing the association policies and overall direction, The board works exceptionally hard to fulfill support for staff at Inclusion Northwest Territories so that they can effectively interact with and support individuals with disabilities and their families. The Inclusion N.W.T board meets regularly to identify gaps in community needs and comes up with plans around filling those gaps and providing the best support possible. As part of winning this award, the Board of Directors receive $1,000 to donate to an organization of their choice. This year, their choice is Respite Services Program. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Cabinet, I send my congratulations to everyone receiving the award this year, and to those who were nominated. I would like to acknowledge the importance of our volunteers and their work they contribute throughout their communities. Lastly, I want to remind everyone that nominations for the Northwest Territories Outstanding Awards are open every year. Please encourage your constituents to submit their nominations. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, March 8th is International Women's Day, a global celebration of the women and girls in our lives who have made immeasurable contributions to making the Northwest Territories, Canada, and the world a better place for everyone. A little over a century ago, women were fighting for the right to vote and the right to stand for office. Demanding better pay and voting rights, 15,000 women marched through the streets of New York City in 1908. By 1911, the first International Women's Day was honored by several European nations, with more than 1 million women and men attending rallies in support of women's rights to work, vote, and hold public office and end discrimination. Fast forward to 2019, Mr. Speaker, and Northwest Territories residents voted in the first gender-balanced legislature in Canadian history. This would not have been possible if it was not for trailblazing Canadian feminists and activists who fought for what they believed in and challenged the status quo of a system that was created with a significant gender imbalance. We have made great strides as a society to advance gender equality, but we still have a lot of work to do. Women continue to face gender-based barriers and discrimination, and those obstacles make it difficult to women to get an equal footing. The world has become accustomed to male politicians, and there is a certain societal expectation that says female politicians should play nice. If we're seen as aggressive or having too strong a voice, it is easy to characterize us using negative and stereotypical names. In many places, women are still seen as incapable as taking on the responsibility in what are perceived as male-oriented areas, such as finance, energy, economic development, climate change, foreign affairs, defense, trade, and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this is often the case in parliaments where women are given only women's-only portfolios or only allowed to sit in women's committees and are being pushed away from other committees because of their gender. At times, it is a tougher environment for female politicians, Mr. Speaker. We have a microscope pointed on our activities all the time. The detractors just waiting for us to fail so they can say, "I told you so." I remember when I was elected Premier, people were saying things like I could not lead, that the economy was going to fail. The sky has not fallen with my election as Premier, and I would argue that we have weathered the past year well. Mr. Speaker, the impact of representation is critical to the younger generations. It is about being a role model and paving the way for young women to aspire to do great things, to be doctors, teachers, CEOs, and political leaders. The more women that get elected to any kind of leadership position, the more it shows younger women and women around us that they can do it too. I remember hearing a story on Norway's defense minister. Important context. Between 2001 and 2017, 6 of 7 defense ministers in Norway were female. A young boy was talking to the then defense minister and asked, "Can boys be a defense minister?" It's a good reminder that we all look for what we see, to understand what can be. Representation is key. It is important for me that the next generation of women take up this fight as well, Mr. Speaker. I am glad that there are greater resources and role models to not only show that it is possible, but to provide the how to do it. We must continue to work together to develop and implement strategies to eliminate these barriers, prevent violence against women and girls, update policies and programs to promote the development of women in leadership positions, and continue the momentum that we strive to achieve gender equality. Mr. Speaker, the full participation and leadership of women in all aspects of society enriches the lives of all and supports a kinder, more progressive world. However, women remain underrepresented in public life and decision-making, Mr. Speaker. Some of the best responses to the COVID-19 pandemic have been led by women, not only as politically elected leaders, but at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19. They include healthcare professionals, from cleaning staff to doctors, who continue to put their lives at risk every day to help people. They are scientists who have helped develop vaccines to protect residents and communities from the virus. They are the educators who have adapted and have continued to educate the future generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, International Women's Day was established 110 years ago to promote equal rights. These efforts laid the foundation for women to continue the fight against gender-based discrimination, patriarchal values, and systemic gender oppression that has held women back from being equal participants in our society. As we celebrate the creativity, solidarity, and resilience of the women and girls all around us, it is important that we remain committed to a world where women have a meaningful seat at the decision-making table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister statements, member statements, member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to know some pretty incredible people who identify as women. I have met, learned from, worked with, and loved women who are changemakers, trailblazers, creative geniuses, intellectual rock stars, and expert humans. Monday is International Women's Day, and this year's international theme is Choose to Challenge. The constituency I serve is home to great changemakers that choose to challenge. Mirna Pokiak, artist, mother, entrepreneur, and advocate for the N.W.T's business community. Cynthia Mufundeza, mother, entrepreneur, politician, and business and community advocate. And Tiarella Hanna, entrepreneur, selfless volunteer, and animal advocate. One strong commonality between these passionate women is that they are business owners. When I think of women I grew up with that are entrepreneurs, the list is extensive. Sarah Calney-Watson of Let Me Not, Megan Peters of Atanda, Sarah Erasmus of Erasmus Apparel, Charlene Chappell of Helani Apparel, Cheryl Howling of Kavanaugh, Nadja Lenny of Fireside Denture Clinic, Diana Curtis of Diana Curtis Design, and Jillian Rivers of Fate, a small piece of a large list of born and bred northern women entrepreneurs. A persistent entrepreneurial creative spirit challenges the status quo and is ready to constantly evolve. But don't be fooled. Business is exciting, fast-paced, and new. It is also scary, riddled with risk, and exhausting. But business is not about perfection or never failing. Every misstep is a chance to learn, grow, and get better. So teaching women and girls how to fail, be brave, and try again is imperative to the success of our future entrepreneurial spirit. My mother always says, do what you love and the money will come. So do what you love and risk and reward will eventually even itself out. Mr. Speaker, about 16% of Canadian small business owners are women.
Studies show that by increasing gender equality and women's participation in the economy, Canada could add up to $150 billion to our national GDP. How do we get there? US research shows that while women account for 37% of entrepreneurs, they receive 2% of venture funding. Traditionally, women are filed under, I'm having a hard time today, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Traditionally, women are filed under micro-business getting microloans, but women business owners are not less than. We need to support the evolution of female entrepreneurs from micro to medium to mega. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement today.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Business is critical to the success of the North. There is opportunity in every single one of our N.W.T communities. Mr. Speaker, Canada set its own theme for International Women's Day of feminist recovery, but let's just not support recovery. Let's inspire, aim higher, invest more, and leverage dollars that invest in women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccination rollout, we here in the Northwest Territories are a very fortunate population. According to the Department of Health and Social Services, the N.W.T is the leading jurisdiction in Canada when it comes to its first dose vaccine delivery. Mr. Speaker, as of February the 26th, 14,520 N.W.T residents have received their first vaccine dose, which equals to 32.2% of the entire N.W.T population. In comparison, according to the Government of Canada, again as of February 26th, there has only been a total of 1.7% of the total Canadian population who has received their first vaccine dose. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the statistics on the global vaccination delivery rate compared to Canada's rate are even starker. For example, according to the United Nations Secretary General, as of February 17th, there are 130 countries who have not yet received a single dose of vaccines. The Secretary General said that only 10 countries have administered 75% of all vaccines worldwide. Mr. Speaker, these statistics demonstrate an uneven distribution of vaccine delivery around the world. This unfortunate reality is a sharp reminder of how fortunate we are in Canada and in the Northwest Territories when it comes to vaccine delivery. In addition, it is worth noting that according to a News North article from just yesterday, the N.W.T is the #1 jurisdiction in Canada for prioritizing vaccinations for persons with disabilities. It is also important to note that the N.W.T, along with the Prince Edward Island, remain the only 2 jurisdictions in the country who have 0 deaths from COVID-19. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Fort Smith, I would like to take this moment to once again say thank you to Dr. Condola, the Chief Public Health Officer, along with Minister Green and Premier Cochrane for all their work in helping to keep our residents safe and protected from COVID-19. The residents of Fort Smith are very grateful for the work that's been done into protecting the N.W.T from adverse effects of this pandemic. I hope to continue seeing the N.W.T succeed in our fight against COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, it's our job in this House to look at the large systemic issues that affect all of the people of the N.W.T, but it is also our job in this House to look at the small, incremental changes that can help those people. And Mr. Speaker, I believe the N.W.T, in order to become a much more adaptable public service, needs to change the way it operates. In order to create an adaptable government, we require a 4-step approach to approaching the smaller problems. Identify where people are struggling going about their daily lives. Identify the next smallest thing that can be done today to mitigate that struggle. Not a large overhaul, a next smallest thing. Do that thing. Do it right away, Mr. Speaker. Don't engage with stakeholders. Don't create a strategic plan. Just do it. Repeat the process. Mr. Speaker, I believe if our frontline staff follow this model, it will free up room in our House to have those large systemic debates we must have. Mr. Speaker, as an example, some years ago, I had a conversation with a man who collected bottles in downtown Yellowknife. He would collect bottles from wherever he could, mostly out of the trash, then would slump the bags over his back and walk them out to the recycling depot across town for the few dollars he earned. This was his near daily return. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if one pays attention, it is a common sight in Yellowknife to see people walking down Old Airport Road with a bag full of recycling slung over their shoulder. The small and simple solution to address this problem is to offer a second recycling option in downtown, Mr. Speaker. I have previously asked ENR whether a second recycling station in downtown Yellowknife was possible. They seem to agree it was a good idea. Yet for some reason, it still has not occurred, Mr. Speaker. I'm not even asking for a fully staffed second location, just a satellite station that feeds into the main one. There are many different ways this can look. Across the world, there are reverse vending machines, Mr. Speaker, where you can feed in a few recyclables for some cash. The current depot recently adopted a drop-and-go service. Surely there is such a way to extend this drop-and-go service to an area downtown for our elderly, disabled, and those with mobility issues. Mr. Speaker, I have questions for the Minister of ENR about whether we can make life a little easier for those who have to walk across town for a few dollars. And hopefully we can do it quickly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The first Northwest Territories Poverty Report Card was released by Alternatives North in November 2020. I've reviewed it, and it's hard to summarize in a few words, but the ones that come to mind are overwhelming and shocking. I can't possibly hope to do the report justice, but suffice it to say that income disparity between rich and poor, small communities and larger centres, and within communities continues to be a huge problem that the COVID pandemic has only highlighted and in some cases made worse. N.W.T has had an anti-poverty strategy since 2013, but has done little more than monitor indicators of poverty. I want to highlight the recommendations from the report. It's time to assess the N.W.T's poverty reduction strategies. N.W.T needs to regularly review data collection and outputs to reflect changing conditions. Long-term solutions are needed, such as a basic guaranteed income, a living wage, and economic restructuring. Lone parent families and children should be the highest priority for poverty reduction. Measurements of poverty, including living wage and market-based measures, need to be expanded to better inform solutions. Food insecurity has been highlighted by the pandemic and needs to be urgently addressed. Immediate action is needed to overcome housing problems throughout the N.W.T, and reconciliation needs to be part of poverty reduction. I'm dismayed that once again a small non-governmental organization is doing the work of this government. I'll have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services on our poverty reduction efforts and responses to the recommendations provided in this first report card on poverty in the Northwest Territories. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, engineering has been around since the first humans walked on this earth and began altering their physical environment in order to improve their comfort, safety, and food supply. As mentioned earlier this week, March is National Engineering Month. Hosted by Engineers Canada, the national regulatory body, it is intended to spark interest in the next generation of engineering professionals and celebrate the role engineers play in shaping society. Next week, the N.W.T and Nunavut chapter, NAPAG, will be hosting their virtual development symposium themed Powering the North of the Future, and registration is free for anyone. Engineers take 4 years of university, followed by another 4 years of mentorship and experience in order to become professional engineers, or Big E engineers, as we like to call ourselves. But there's more to this profession than just those of us who have banged the anvil and wear the ring. Engineering techs also play a crucial role in our industry. And when I look at our planned Polytechnic University, I'm excited for the opportunity it could bring to this field. In the North, like many of our skilled labour positions, we often bring engineering techs up from the South to work on our projects. By creating an engineering tech program at the university, we will create an opportunity to train Northerners who specialize in circumpolar engineering. This, to me, is an engineering field that would incorporate traditional Indigenous knowledge as well as permafrost experience and climate change adaptation to vastly improve our understanding of cold regions engineering. With this type of program, hands-on training could be provided by local engineering firms who would also provide mentorship for students, a key component of the engineering philosophy. This would produce a successful Northern engineer techs who will remain in the North and contribute to the profession. There is no shortage of national and international research studies being performed in the Northwest Territories. However, there is a shortage of Northern-raised professionals to execute them. In 2018 alone, there were 13 engineering projects listed in the Aurora Research Institute's Compendium of Research in the Northwest Territories. Some were local groups, such as the N.W.T Corporation in Inuvik, which performed a geotechnical investigation for the N.W.T in support of a wind study, but several were from overseas, such as the Airborne Radar Program performed by the German Aerospace Center to monitor vegetation, soil, and permafrost conditions in the boreal forest, or the University of Helsinki, which studied the short and long-term effects of forest fires on carbon pools in the Arctic permafrost and subarctic forests. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the wealth of knowledge that participating on international projects like these could bring to our local expertise? How they could help us to better understand our own backyard? By ensuring that engineering tech programs are part of our new university, we will be better equipped to deal with our northern remote climate by retaining knowledge, expertise, and experience in the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about the Hunters and Trappers disaster compensation. Even though all my colleagues are talking about International Women's Day, the Hunters and Trappers is maybe my toast to my granny, who is a very long-time hunter and trapper. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the support for hunters and trappers affected by a disaster in my riding last fall. Hunting and trapping is a subsistent lifestyle and income. However, many harvesters today choose to practice this traditional way of life and preserve these harvesting skills while working another job that provides the cash to support these traditions. Many people don't live entirely in their trapping cabin year-round, generating only the cash they make off their trap line. I recognize the Department of E&R administers the Hunters and Trappers Disaster Compensation Fund program, and I am concerned that the qualifications for this program may leave many harvesters in my region without support. Last spring in my riding, we experienced high water levels that did not go down to previous levels this year, which I've watched other water levels on the Great Slave Lake Basin reach unprecedented levels this fall. We have seen the severe impacts from flooding in the southern portions of the territory and as well in the northern portions. I am concerned for hunters and trappers in my riding. It is unknown what the spring melt will bring. If the water continues to go up, many cabins will be flooded in my region, Mr. Speaker. Hunting and trapping and harvesting is a way of life. These are skills that take many years to refine, and it costs money to practice. Many harvesters in my region may not generate 20% of their annual income through harvesting and trapping, but that does not make their pursuit of traditional skills any less important. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that if the flooding occurs in the Mackenzie Delta this spring, many cabins will be flooded, many harvesters will be negatively impacted, and may even give up their traditional way of life. I will have questions for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources on this later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing up medevac services in our small communities in the Delta. It's been brought to my attention that we've been having undue delays of services in the communities that are requiring medevac services to bring patients in from the communities into Inuvik and or beyond. I'm wanting to know in regards to making sure that our riding or the Beaufort Delta is given the service that's required in this urgent nature in regards, because we're all we don't have the communities I represent in the N.W.T 3 of them are air serviced, and one's by road. And we're not getting any, and we're getting all I guess I got a few calls from family on delays of service, and it's not right. They're, because of pilots being, I guess, timed out on their flying time. And, or if not, it's the pilots, it's the staff that they need. We need to make sure that, reassure the constituents that we're able to provide that service of medical travel for medevacs in the Delta. Mr. Speaker, I'll have questions for the Minister at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Oh. Oops, sorry. We missed one here. Back to member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, you can't hide from me. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about International Women's Day, which of course is on Monday. My statement last year celebrated the near parity achieved in the 2019 territorial election. That gave women MLAs influence on shaping the priorities of the 19th Assembly to reflect areas where women usually have primary responsibility. On this year's International Women's Day, I want to talk about how to maintain parity in the Legislative Assembly and how to bring more women into other levels of government. We need to build a pipeline to ensure women are ready and able to take on political leadership in the next Assembly. Building a pipeline of female candidates is not going to be easy. Women face challenges to running for office because of the need to modify caregiving roles for children and elders, to work long hours, and to live in a different community from their family. Add to that the challenge of political culture in Canada. Women in public life are harassed online and in person, regularly accused of stupidity and corruption, and held to unrealistic expectations of how they will spend their time while trying to balance their personal lives. Mr. Speaker, politics is not a career for the faint of heart. It's a 24/7 pressure cooker. So why bother? Because public service is a calling, an opportunity to make a difference where laws are made, policy written, and budgets developed. Thinking about universal daycare, better student outcomes, more seniors housing, this is where these ideas are debated and sometimes realized. It's a place where passion meets purpose for the greater good of N.W.T. residents. Mr. Speaker, once a woman has decided to run for office, there's the question of how to and how much it's going to cost. We have a good answer now to how to. The Women's Advisory Unit created a campaign school for women running for elected positions of all kinds. It's available online to anyone at any time. The question of how to pay for a campaign is an unfinished piece of business. The Special Committee on Increasing the Representation of Women in the Legislative Assembly heard that the cost of a campaign is a barrier to running. As a result, the committee recommended there be an election expense rebate program to offset expenses for all candidates, men and women. Rebates are currently available in 8 provinces and at the federal level. I resurfaced this idea to the current Rules and Procedures Committee last year, and I'm delighted they have recommended adoption of a rebate program for the 2023 election. I look forward to debating this idea in Committee of the Whole. Mr. Speaker, the next territorial election is 2.5 years away. That may seem like a long time, but we all know it's not. Now is the time for women to consider a career in politics, confirm their passion to make a difference through public service, and line up family support. I encourage every woman here to reach out to women she knows to talk about running. Those of us here now have a duty to help make the 2019 election gains for women sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm very pleased to congratulate my constituent Anna Seagrave for her selection as the youth category winner of the 2020 Outstanding Volunteer Awards. Ms. Seagrave has practiced the art of Inuit throat singing from her early years, and last year volunteered her time teaching Willowday Catholic school students her traditional art. Her instruction provides fulfillment for young women seeking cultural expression and creativity. Congratulations to Anna.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give recognition to an exceptional Great Slave constituent. Congratulations to Marina Casebeer for receiving the Outstanding Elder Award. Marino is a 2020 recipient of the N.W.T. Outstanding Volunteer Awards and contributes to making the community of Great Slave and our entire territory an excellent place to live. Congratulations, Marino. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems my quest to get a small satellite recycling depot in downtown Yellowknife has been caught up in some of the larger review of how our depots operate and the licenses under them. So my first question to the Minister of ENR, when was the last time we put our recycling depot licenses out to tender?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these depots were renewed in July 2020 and they'll expire July 31st in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding by me on exactly how we give out the licenses. I understand they were renewed and that previous license holders got them in 2020. And then in 2022, we will once again decide whether to renew them. But I'm asking when they went out for a proposal process. I know the department has done this in the past and there has been some issues. So what I'm asking, was the 2021 the result of a competitive process to run the depots, which can actually be quite profitable, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was renewed in July 2020, so that means the company was able to renew their bid or their business license with us. So no, there wasn't a competitive bid in 2021, and it does expire in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm actually not all that concerned about the tendering of the licenses, but I've been previously told that this was one of the barriers to adding a satellite station in downtown Yellowknife. So I guess I'll get to the point. Is the minister willing to implement the option of whether it be a reverse vending machine or a drop and go or partial hours, some sort of way that those with mobility issues can drop their recycling off downtown and get money for it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the member has brought this forward, we at ENR have looked at various options for automatic deposit in Yellowknife. The staff are putting some tech pack specs together so that we know that the equipment that we would have to put out there would actually stand up to our weather in the Northwest Territories. So we are in the process of looking at that, and thanks to the member, and he keeps on asking this question, we are working on it and we're moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the department's working on it. And, our beverage recycling program is one of the best in the country. We have extremely high rates of return, and all of those staff, it's a model for success. But does the minister have an idea of when someone will actually be able to return some recycling in downtown Yellowknife? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're very supportive of piloting an automatic deposit, and we are looking at doing this at the new licensing process for 2022. So we are looking at it during that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just questions prior to having medevac services and delays in the Beaufort Delta, and especially my riding in the N.W.T. In the last weeks. What, I guess, how many medevacs in a 24-hour period of how many planes that are dispatched out in my riding or in the Delta at any given time? And is there a backup plane available if the pilot's times are maxed out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take this question on notice because I have no information with me with which to answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member for N.W.T.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, just there's got to be a backup plan in regards to providing services when people are maxed out on timing. Is there a backup plane? She could take it as notice like she just did, but I want to just make sure I'll meet with the minister at break and give her the questions that I do have to provide answers to my constituents who are quite concerned right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from N.W.T. Would the minister like to comment?
Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this question on notice because I don't have the information available to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services, who has responsibility for the N.W.T. anti-poverty strategy. In my statement, I referred to the recommendations put forward in the first poverty report card produced by Alternatives North. Is the Minister aware of these recommendations from this report, and does she intend to respond to the report publicly? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have read the report card. I have met with Alternatives North, and I am very appreciative of the effort they put into the first ever report card. The government is not planning to provide a response to the report card. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. And I know that she's a passionate advocate on the issue of poverty, and it actually had a lot to do with the first strategy that was developed, but I was a little bit disappointed to hear that response, so I might try something else. I'm aware that the work is underway in collaboration with the federal government to produce an updated northern market basket measures that would allow us to better monitor and track poverty here, especially in smaller communities. Can the Minister update us on this work, including when a northern specific market basket measure will be introduced? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is work being undertaken and led by Statistics Canada. And what I know about this is that Stats Canada held consultation workshops with government and non-government stakeholders in October and November 2 years ago in 2018. And it's my understanding that a member of Alternatives North attended the workshop that was here. So the result of that is that the Yukon and the Northwest Territories have been assisting Statistics Canada to establish thresholds for their respective territories for the market basket measure. The end result was a proposal to create a northern MBM, and it provides a methodology for how that's going to be calculated. And consultation is now open on the topic of this proposal. And of course, they would be delighted to hear from anyone who has a view on this. What I do need to say, however, is that this will not be a community level measure when it is complete. It will be a regional measure. It'll be available in 6 regions of the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, and I'm sure that our Bureau Stats is eagerly engaged in that work as well. One of the most disturbing conclusions of the poverty report card is the state of food security or insecurity confronting 1 in 4 families here. I'm aware that the recent anti-poverty roundtable focused on the issue of food insecurity. Can the Minister indicate what specific action is being undertaken on the issue of food security, specifically following the anti-poverty roundtable, even if it means working with her colleagues, other colleagues in Cabinet? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the focus on food security is really a whole of government approach with several different departments contributing solutions to how to create and grow more food in the north, whether that's gardens, eggs, meat, whatever. So the objective of the roundtable the member referenced, which was at the end of January, was to bring together people from the Northwest Territories with people who are working on food security solutions in other jurisdictions that are rural and remote and Indigenous like ours. And so it's my understanding that these 80 delegates who attended had a very good conversation about this. There's a report being prepared, which will be tabled in this House, and it will lead the way forward in what more we can do to address what the member rightly calls an appalling rate of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister again for that. This government's anti-poverty strategic framework dates from 2013. Many of the key indicators around income disparity, food security, housing, and more have actually gotten worse since 2013. Can the Minister tell us when there will be a formal evaluation of our poverty work and more systemic solutions put forward, such as guaranteed basic income, a living wage, or even economic restructuring? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the strategy, which, as the member says, was released in 2013, was followed by an action plan released in 2015, and then again another action plan that came out in 2019 and runs until 2022. It builds on those original pillars in the anti-poverty strategy. And just to remind the member, that's children and family support, healthy living and reaching our potential, safe and affordable housing, sustainable communities, and the integrated continuum of service. So what the Bureau of Statistics has done is created a special section on its website to report on poverty indicators that were agreed at the 2016 anti-poverty roundtable. And I'm not going to list them all, but they are numerous. They include things like food security, children receiving services, employment rates, and so on. And so we realize that we have not conquered poverty. But we remain actively engaged in coming up with solutions that will help people to live without want. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. And I'm wondering if, to start, she can tell me what % of N.W.T small and medium business owners are women. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do have a number on that with respect to women. It comes from national statistics, naming that 24% of businesses are majority owned by women, There are 3,378 small businesses here in the Northwest Territories, so I'm sure that will help give her the ability to do the math that she wants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering what % of total BDIC loan funding goes to women entrepreneurs in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, BDIC statistics do show that approximately 9% of total loans go to businesses where women are the sole proprietor. Approximately 55% of total loans go to those where there's a woman who is at least a part owner of the business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I have to say too much to that. I think it's pretty obvious that there is some room for improvement. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering what supports are available to N.W.T women to foster successful entrepreneurship, and are any new initiatives in the works for this year? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ITI is very proud to partner with individual communities, particularly through the Community Futures programming. I can highlight that this year the Sabacha Business Development Services ran an Indigenous Women in Entrepreneurship seminar, which we were proud to be a part of. Similarly, here in Yellowknife, the Chamber of Commerce hosted Women's Trailblazer Symposium. I think that's in fact coming up just next week. I'm very proud to be a sponsor of that. And similarly, BDIC, although not specific to women, does host a quite large number of support services for businesses. It is of note, given the theme that's being presented, that since April 1st of 2020, 65% of the attendees at the Learning Centre sessions hosted by BDIC, in fact, were women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to me that as someone who grew up in the North, the number of people who decided to become entrepreneurs, whether or not they're men or women, that I went to high school with. And when I talk to people from different communities, people have different parts of their life that they're passionate about, and they want to be able to turn that into a business. And so I'm wondering if the Minister of ITI would commit to working with the Minister of ECE in order to develop high school-based business curriculum for N.W.T students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This actually allows me to answer the last part of the previous question that I realized I didn't get to. Mr. Speaker, with respect to curriculum, that certainly falls very much within EC&E's purview. But with respect to the kind of programming and opportunities that are available for students in high school, in a young age bracket, I absolutely will commit to speaking with EC&E, with my colleague, to see what we can do so that we can find some complementary programs and ideas. One thing, Mr. Speaker, that ITI is right now just at the idea stage of, but it's an exciting stage, is looking at bringing junior achievement back to the Northwest Territories. This is an exciting opportunity. It's a kind of a program across Canada that really allows young people to understand business, understand entrepreneurship, and to develop some skills that hopefully will help them become the future entrepreneurs for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ENR. Recognizing the unprecedented water levels witnessed across the territory and in preparation for the upcoming spring melt, will the Minister commit to reviewing the guidelines of the Hunters and Trappers Disaster Compensation Fund? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, presently ENR is reviewing Community Harvest Support Program and the Genuine Mackenzie Valley Fur Program. Members should be happy. Once those two things are completed, ENR will make a commitment to review the Hunters and Trappers Disaster Compensation Guideline, and we will have it completed by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the end of the year, a little bit late for spring, but I guess I'll ask for exceptions throughout the year if I need to. Mr. Speaker, Will the minister commit to review the parameters of this funding when they're doing their review to decrease the percentage of income required through harvesting to broaden the support for as many harvesters as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have 2 reviews going on. We would have to bump one if we had to do that, and both those other reviews are very important. In saying that, the program evaluation will include a review of eligible requirements, including the current criteria related to the income percentage. And for the member, she has reached out to myself previously to talk about this, and it's been we've brought those concerns forward to the department, and we were making sure this is part of our evaluation process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister maintain the $40,000 that he had mentioned in this House that was eligible for compensation put in place to support the trappers whose cabins flooded in the south, for trappers elsewhere in the territories if that should happen? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this year is a new initiative, one-time assistance to provide compensation for people who've had unprecedented damage to property and equipment. However, in saying that, we're willing to, in flooding situations that occur in the springtime, we will look at it in case-by-case basis, and we encourage the members to get the people to reach out to our regional offices to bring forth their concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the minister will be able to answer this one, but if he can provide the information. Can the minister provide what the department has allocated to this program for the past 2 fiscal years, how many applicants they've had, and what was paid out? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for ENR.
I wish I could do that for the member. And I really hate to make a commitment to have to come back to the member with that information. But for that detail, I'll reach out to the department and we'll get it to her in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Practice of using power limiting devices in the Northwest Territories. Under Section 74, brackets 1, Public Utilities Act, any public utility operating Northwest Territories must provide any information requested by the Public Utilities Board in light that the current practice of using power limiting devices by utilities under the power distributors operating in the Northwest Territories. I submit the following questions to the Minister responsible for the Public Utilities Board. What are the current number of power limiters installed in residential homes across the Northwest Territories by the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, broken down by region and community? What is the number of power limiters installed by the Northwest Territories Power Corporation since resumption of the use of limiters announced in the press release in October 21st, 2020? Question number 3. What is the current number of power limiters installed in residential homes across the Northwest Territories by Northland Utilities, N.W.T. Limited, and an ATCO company, broken down by region and by community? Question number 4. What is the current number of power limiters installed in residential homes across the Northwest Territories by the Northwest Territories, Northland Utilities, YELLOWKNIFE, ATCO company? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 20, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act. Bill 20 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 4th, 2020, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On February 10th, 2021, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill on March 2nd, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 20, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamlik. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Follow-up letter to oral question 572-19-2, elder abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, a follow-up letter for oral questions 517-19-2, incidents involving transport trucks on Highway number 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, updated policy document, April 2021, Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to table the following document, Northwest Territories Poverty Report Card 2020, prepared by Alternatives North, dated November 2020. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Kamlik.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, I will move the following motion. Now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for N.W.T. Lakes, that this Legislative Assembly calls on the Government of the Northwest Territories to prioritize the review of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation as part of the Government Renewal Initiative. And further, that the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation update its mission statement and policies to reflect its role in social wellness. And furthermore, that Northwest Territories Housing Corporation must include referrals to appropriate government programs prior to beginning the eviction process. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a comprehensive response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamlik. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, I will move that Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Bill 3, Bill 12, Bill 13, 14, and 16. Committee Report 8 and 9-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 10-19 brackets 2. Minister Statement 77-19 brackets 2. Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19 brackets 2, with Member for N.W.T. Lakes signature.
Hold to order.
Sorry, can you hold on for 1 second?
Yeah.
I will now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Committee would like to consider table document 286-19 bracket 2 main estimates 2021-2022 with Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and resume with the first item. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 286-19 main estimates 2021-2022 in the Department of Infrastructure. Does the Minister, or not infrastructure, sorry, Industry Tourism Investment. Does the Minister of Industry Tourism Investment have any opening remarks?
Yes, please. Chair. Madam Chair, I'm here to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $404,000 or 0.7% over the main estimates of 2020-2021. These estimates support the mandate objectives for ITI while continuing to meet the N.W.T's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include initiative funding totaling $2.296 million, which includes $936,000 to continue our support of tourism under Tourism 2025 towards the 5-year investment strategy for the tourism sector. $400,000 to maintain funding for our mining incentive program to stimulate prospecting and exploration and increase resource exploration and development in our territory. $360,000 to support the development of regulations for the Mineral Resources Act and to advance work on the Mineral Administration and Registry System. $350,000 to invest in the creation of an action plan to develop the N.W.T's knowledge economy and establish regional economic development plans, and $250,000 to support an ITI position to coordinate and ensure continued development of the fish sector, support the Tucho Fishers Cooperative, a key partner in our ongoing work to revitalize the commercial fishery on Great Slave Lake. Forced growth funding of $134,000 to support 2 regional tourism and parks position. Other adjustments of $283,000 with $225,000 for the continued implementation of the Northwest Territories Petroleum Resources Strategy, and $58,000 to support the department's continued provision of communications and services in French, and sunsets of $2.067 million. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by supporting mandate priorities such as reviews of procurement practices within the N.W.T, the competitiveness of the Northwest Territories royalty regime, socioeconomic agreements, and the Northern Food Development Program. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring any witnesses into the House?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Madam Chair, today we have Pamela Strand, Deputy Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment, and Nina Salvador, Director of Finance and Administration at ITI.
Welcome. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Agreed. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with corporate management, starting on page 206 with information items on page up to 208. Questions? (207) Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On, I guess it's page 207, purchased services has shown I guess quite an increase, more than doubling from 2019-20 to what's proposed for next year, or close to doubling. Can someone explain to me what's happening there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's an increase there. That's with respect to the Mineral Resources Act implementation and also money to establish the knowledge economy and regional economic development plans.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have some questions about those other items, but I see that they're covered through the other activities, so I'll wait until we get to those other ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions under corporate management? Seeing none. Industry, tourism and investment, corporate management, operation expenditure, summary 2021-2022, main estimates, $9,216,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Committee, we will now move on to economic diversification and business support, beginning on page 209 with information items on page 213. Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So in the Minister's opening remarks, she talked about how there was $350,000 to do some work on the knowledge economy. And I see on page 211, there's a contribution of $200,000 for the knowledge economy. So maybe I can have someone explain to me what the $200,000 is for and where the other $150,000 would be found to total the amount that the Minister mentioned in her opening remarks. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of ITI. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to suggest that that go to Nina Salvador, please.
Thank you. Ms. Salvador.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Advanced Knowledge Economy funding will go, 150 of that will go to contributions, and the other 150 will go for engagement for Knowledge Economy Action Plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, so now I've got a total of 300, but the Minister, I think, mentioned 350 in her opening remarks. And then I got a figure of 200 here. So I'm not an accountant, but something just doesn't seem to be quite right there. Can I get a better explanation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister? Madam Chair, this is the contributions section here, and so this is detailing, I believe, money that is going to direct to, for example, the maker spaces in contrast to money that would be directed to a position that is there to support the work of the department, broadly speaking. Thank you, Madam Chair. Which is the, sorry, that would be the 350,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So now I know what the 200 is here, but then I heard that there's 300 found somewhere else, but the Minister in her opening remarks said that there's $350,000 to create an action plan for the knowledge economy, so it still doesn't quite add up. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister? Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, perhaps actually, I think that it's good news here, Madam Chair, in the sense that there's money both to advance projects as well as money to put forward to the work of the knowledge economy as a strategy. But perhaps I'll try a third avenue and suggest that Pamela Strand answer the question, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the funding which is allocated for the knowledge economy would be found under our operations expenditure summary under purchase services.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Okay, I think I'm going to move on because I'm not getting anywhere. I want to ask about the status. Is there any money in here for the, there was supposed to be a new N.W.T. arts strategy, and I'm not sure where that falls between EC&E and ITI. So maybe I can get an update of the status of that and what involvement ITI has and whether there's any money in here for that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, EC&E and ITI are indeed working together on this. I do not believe there is specific funding allocated at this point. If I could propose to have it go to Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, ITI's arts funding for the businesses that are in the arts sector sits under our SEED program. So I can let you know that under special initiatives, we have programming that goes out to all regions for arts and film, but it falls under the SEED budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me about the status of the arts strategy itself? I understood it was supposed to be released by now, and I'm not sure where it's at. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know we are partnered in working with EC&E on this, and my understanding is that they're the lead. So let me see if Deputy Minister Strand has an update as to when we can expect it. I know it has gone through a review by me, but I'm not sure where it is at for its final revisions.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, as the Minister stated, we are just finalizing that strategy with ECE. There were some final amendments that we wanted to make before releasing that. So I think that it is planned for the near future for committee and public release. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I eagerly await that. Can someone tell me whether there's any, what's the status of the N.W.T film strategy and action plan? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I expect that it should be released, I want to say this session. Imminently is perhaps a safer way of putting it.
Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm eminently eager. Is there any funding in this part of the budget for a new strategy or action plan? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know if that's in this section that I'm in right now. Perhaps I'll see if Deputy Minister Strand has that information at her fingertips.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Strand.
Madam Chair, so yes, ITI has several film programs, such as the N.W.T Film Rebate Program. We also create partnerships with a number of other associations, such as the Canadian Media Film, to try and leverage the funding that we do have. And but yes, but yes, we will be looking to increase that to remain competitive and compete against jurisdictions like the Yukon that are surpassing where we are in our film sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I look forward to a really large supplementary appropriation then to assist with that work. I want to ask a question about the community transfer initiatives on 211. The amount there is actually declining, and I'd like an explanation as to why it's declining in a time where I would have thought it should be actually increasing in terms of economic relief and recovery. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would propose to have that go to Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that decrease of $94,000 was the increased funding that went to TUC in response to increased tourism activity, but I would like to note that it was in addition to the current EDO Economic Development Officer funding that still remains in place for the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm concerned then that we're actually reducing money to a community that now is an all-weather road, and hopefully we can reopen later this year to allow tourism to start. So why are we reducing this funding now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's a sunset, so it wasn't a reduction so much as this was the end point of the funding. It was put in place when the road opened in order to help ramp up and be ready for tourism. And certainly, Madam Chair, what the intention is now is to monitor the reopening and to determine whether or not a position is still required, and if so, to then go back and to seek that funding to have it returned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I look forward to that money being returned. But while we're on the topic of new roads and so on, is there any specific funding in the budget here for assisting Y.E.L.L.K.N.F.E. in getting ready for a road that's supposed to open in November of this year? And if there is no specific money identified, why not? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are working actively with the Calitro government and with the Y.E.L.K.N.F.E. government to determine what, in fact, they are wanting to see in terms of programming. And at that point, there are quite a number of pots of funding that already exist under SEED, under tourism, that would be available to support whatever they determine to be the projects that they need. So there's not a dedicated line item to the Y.E.L.K.N.F.E. road or to the community of Y.E.L.K.N.F.E. as a result of the road, but it is more of a soft commitment that we are available and ready to work with them to help realize proper tourism, given the lessons learned from the Tuck Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at page 211 and some of the various line items, and you know, in the last while, like a lot of tourism operators took a hit, especially in like I think everywhere, and it was a struggle to give people like our tour operators or companies like assistance and try to help them weather out this storm per se. And I was just wondering if I could ask the question for the minister: how close their relationship is with Suriname, to find out where funding is flowing to help out our tour operators in N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, again, I don't have my tourism section open just now, but there is a close relationship, obviously working with federal partners, and it is our intention, much as and when COVID first hit, is to continue to work with them to understand what they are able to fund so that we are prepared to support their programs, complement their programs, or fill gaps if there are any. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Just kind of going down this line of questioning. So, if I was a struggling tour operator right now, and just so everybody's aware, in these items? What programs are available? If you're a struggling tourism operator, what programs can I access within ITI? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair, if you are a community, you would go through Community Futures. You might consider the Community Futures Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. If you are an individual, then you certainly may want to start, obviously, with Canada, which is one of our great federal partners. Go to N.W.T. Tourism. I mean, there's quite a number of different pots that might apply depending on the nature of what's being sought. Perhaps I'll send that to Deputy Minister Strand to just outline some of those specifics.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, as the members probably realize, we did have the GRIP program this year, which was very successful and oversubscribed. We recognize that the tourism sector is still at risk. So we did release just last week some top-ups for those that had reached the top with the feds. But for example, on Monday I have a 3-hour call with Canor and the 3 Northern Territories, and tourism is on the agenda. We don't know what that looks like yet, and we're trying to communicate that, you know, our operators do not need more loans, they need more relief. So we're live to that, having conversations right now with what might be needed to keep them alive until it reopens. So I'm hoping we'll be able to provide more details when we get there, but we're definitely live to that, and it's at every conversation that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. It's nice to there is like the concern for some of our our companies, our tour operators. And I mentioned in my budget address, my biggest fear right now is the direction we're going is at some point we're going to have a triage, and I really don't want to be put in a position with my colleagues here to have to pick and choose which companies and tour operators and et cetera, like who gets to stay afloat and who doesn't. So I really hope we can get ahead of that. My next question is, I heard the Community Futures Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. Can the Minister just briefly describe what that fund is?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair. Community Futures Regional Relief Recovery Fund. So yes, that is, the purpose there is to fund community futures organizations, which are in individual communities across the Northwest Territories, and specifically with respect to COVID-19 impacts on those communities outside of the regional centres in particular. So anything from short-term stability for the communities, various economic readiness activities, includes small repayable loans to some of their local and small medium-sized businesses. So again, it's an infusion of funding to those community futures organizations that's really dedicated to some COVID relief that's specific to them. Thank you. Thank you, member.
So, if I'm somebody struggling in this area, when can I start to apply to a program such as this? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. So each community futures organization does have a fair bit of latitude to administer their programs, and I would suggest that they immediately contact their community future organizations in the community that they're in, knowing, of course, too, that there's certainly opportunities directly to ITI, that if certain things don't fall neatly within the community futures, there's a number of other programs still specific to COVID relief available. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinity-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, thank you for that. Like I said, this is going to be important. I'll say it again. I really don't want to be put in a position where we have like a lack of a better word, economic triage. So I'm moving along here. I'm looking at some of the other items here with film and arts. I think these are really, really important items. The arts I think are great. Before I went into office, I did some small film, and I did a couple of small horror films. I want to HORRER just to make sure everyone heard me right there. It was a lot of fun. I think I encourage anybody who wants to go into the arts, and and it's always a good thing to learn, and for the youth or even older to go out and explore. And how it just seems like these two items are really like it could be a lot larger. Is there any appetite for these two line items to be larger in the future? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume so that's the Film Industry Rebate Program and the Great Northern Arts Festival is what we're looking at now. So yes, thank you. Madam Chair, we're definitely looking at the film industry rebate as well as the Great Northern Arts Festival. But with respect to the film industry, I'm quite pleased to say that with the film strategy coming out imminently again, and knowing that we have right now a fairly strong emergent film industry. Of course, yes, I'm more than happy to say that we'd like to consider more money, but money does not grow on actual trees. So for the film, no. But we want to look at where the strategy takes us and get that out into the public and get the reactions to it and advance that forward. So once that strategy is out circulating, I think at that point we'd be in a better position to determine what type of future funding is most appropriate to achieve the goals. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just finish off the comment. Other jurisdictions, you look at other areas in Canada, they like BC, Alberta, you see some really cool country and western movies recently as of late, and you see Toronto, they really promote, they put their governments invest money into their areas or to try to bring in like foreign money, and I think there should be some opportunity here, something that RTI and the Minister should consider at some point. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Take that as a comment. Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's good to have the department back in the House. My question, I'm just going to start with, I think, first with the BDIC. On page 210, there's a $2 million budget for the BDIC. I know that the BDIC was kind of a bit almost on hold as far as when they were looking for the CEO and wanted to wait on that to get a new direction going. I know that you're in strategic planning they are within strategic planning within the BDIC. Can the minister speak a little bit to where that's at and how much of the budget for the BDIC is going towards the strategic planning at this point? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so where they're at right now, there was a session before the winter break and there's been a second session after. And sorry, by session, it's a strategic planning session that brings in all of the board members who are from across the Northwest Territories together to be in in-person meetings for the full board. Again, 2 rounds of that. The second one was just, I believe, last month, if not maybe late in January. I am told that I can expect a summary report from them fairly soon as a result of those 2 sessions. I don't, however, know, Madam Chair, what the total cost of the strategic planning was off the top of my head, so I will commit to getting that information back to the member.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be great. I'd like to see that much money, a bunch of money. Just more as a comment, I would like to see, I'm not so much concerned that those businesses make money in the BDIC, but that we start thinking about all the indirect dollars, and I know the department knows where I stand on that, so I'll move on. I guess my next question then would be moving on to, the Northern Food Development Program on page 211. I note that the number is pretty standard across the board. I think there's like a $4,000 increase. Given that that COVID highlighted food security issues even more so in the north, and potentially had disrupted supply chains, etc., as well as supply and food supply issues in the south with the culling of animals and the pouring out of milk. Does the minister maybe perhaps think that there should be more money put into this area? And I'm curious to know why it's been left at just this level, given sort of the importance of it and the fact that that's been highlighted through COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are right now working with Department of Health and Social Services as well as ENR towards, and I think others actually, towards a food strategy for the Northwest Territories. And a lot of work has in fact been done on that recently. There's been an inventory done around food security programming led by ITI and recent poverty roundtable hosted by Health and Social Services. All of that information is being put together. There is through an ADM working group so that all the departments, again, continue to understand what each one is doing so that we can best respond across both the commercial side of food security as well as the anti-poverty side of food security and respond to it. So I am expecting that there will be a fair bit more information detailing the work of the government in fairly short order, knowing that it's coming through the system now. Once we have that, again, we're in a better position to say whether or not more funding is required. At present, I mean, the actuals actually were undersubscribed from 19 to 20 as the main estimate here, but I know there's, again, funding in other departments as well to support this. So for the moment, it doesn't appear from the actuals that there's been a lack of funding. What there is happening now is better coordination between departments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And just remember, we still have our translators translating, so if you guys can slow down. Member for Great Slave?
Yeah, slow down, but use less words so you don't take more of my time. So I get what you're saying. I don't necessarily always believe, though, that an it's been a long few weeks. Undersubscribed program necessarily means the need is not there for it. And I would maybe have a look at whether or not it's undersubscribed in that people aren't aware of it or there's barriers to applying on it. Because I just can't believe that there wouldn't be a need for this program. With that, and actually it reminded me of a question I just forgot to ask you about the BDIC, was both of these are sort of in that you've gone out, you're collecting information, you have either consultants or others compiling that for you, and it's coming across your desk or will be soon. Where does the committee sit in inputting on both of those situations, the strat plan for the BDIC as well as the food I'm sorry, the food strategy programs. I would prefer to see that we have a chance to give input on that ahead of any finalization of those programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I seem to recall the last time BDIC appeared collectively with committee that they had said that we would have a draft to committee before it becomes finalized. So let me just repeat that now. And with respect to food security, Madam Chair, I have only just recently received a rather large amount of information on food security and where it's at. So rather than me try to find it, why don't I turn it to Deputy Minister Strand? Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, further to what the Minister spoke about, we've had an 8 a.m. working group on food security actively collecting some very important data on the existing N.W.T programs, and happy to say that there are a lot, over 28 programs, and I think $20 million various. So obviously we're doing a lot, but we're not visible in this space. And with respect to the next steps, there will be that inventory that will be shared with committee. And also the departments are working together to identify a series of considerations for what the pathway should be. Where is the home in N.W.T or outside of N.W.T? Because collaboration is key here. I think we witnessed it with COVID, and luckily there was not as many issues as could have happened. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Deputy Minister's comments around the collaboration. When I hear the Minister commenting that it's ENR, it's health, it's her, and then is anyone going to take, I'm assuming and hoping it's getting to a point where someone is going to take ownership of the program, because I do think it's one, we don't want to end up in a situation where some of our social programs, who does it belong to? So I see the Minister nodding along yes with that, so I'll just do that one as a comment. Back to, the arts programs and arts funding. I've mentioned this around other programs in different departments, but another need I'm hearing in this area is not a need for funding for projects necessarily, but a need for funding for core funding, for executive director positions. When I spoke with people in the music industry, they were telling me that their equivalent music counterparts in the South are funded positions, and they're funded by their governments, and at least some sort of stipend to help. Here it's all volunteer, and as we all know in the North, as soon as that magical volunteer who runs that entire organization leaves, the entire thing falls apart. There's no transfer of knowledge between who's left and who's there. People get disgruntled, they get frustrated. I think if we truly want to invest in our arts going forward and in an economy around our arts, then we need to ensure that we're funding the administrative part of that work. And I think that we would find that not only would increase employment in small communities, it would increase Indigenous employment, it would increase P2 employment, and it would allow our arts and music scene to flourish. So. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if the Minister wants to comment. Thanks.
Minister, did you have a comment? That's a challenging one to solve, Madam Chair. No, and I don't mean to laugh to make light. I suspect most people in this room would not disagree. Right now, the ITI degree or the ITI focused programming does tend to be project specific or event specific, whether it's direct under, for instance, the Northern Arts Festival, or through the SEED programming that does tend to supply funding for events. Again, in EC&E and ITI work quite closely in terms of the arts strategy, and we've had some discussions of, we have a great strategy, what will we do to ensure that there's the funding to meet its goals. I don't have an answer right now, Madam Chair, but and I'm not sure what commitment I can even give other than to say that, again, that we are going to continue to have conversations about that strategy going forward, and the point's been clearly heard that this may well be an opportunity for economic development as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sneaking in my last one before my last minute is up. This area, when I look at the overall amounts of numbers, the line items on page 211, there is a 4 million drop, which is the COVID relief that was given to us from this. So basically, this area has not increased in budget from pre-COVID times to now. And given that this is actually everything we need to do to move our economy forward, and we don't have an emerging strongly plan at this point for us to look at, I'm a little bit disappointed and surprised to not see any further or additional funding into these programs. And I would urge the minister and her department to go back to FMB or try to get more money here, or however she has to do her magic, to invest more money into this area, because this is going to actually help us achieve a lot of our mandate priorities, including the ones I was mentioning just in my last comment. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, so again, I think I may be putting my other hat on a little bit, but this isn't the recovery budget per se. It's the keep things afloat so that we can recover budget. This is a good example of that, where a lot of the work that was and is happening with respect to advancing the mandate does happen for ITI. To the extent that it's happening here, it continues to happen. The budgets haven't changed, they're still there, and the work's moving forward. So, again, with respect to COVID recovery, then I'll again defer and just say for now more to come on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with the Great Northern Arts Festival. I'm happy to see that this is still staying here, given that it's a COVID year and it's easy in COVID to try and take out stuff like this. But I think this is such an important festival and is something that is celebrated throughout the North and very important. What I'm wondering is if there has ever been discussion of actually increasing this line item and taking advantage of the fact that a lot of the world is back on lockdown. I think there's a great opportunity here for us to support our digital media creatives within the Northwest Territories, and to take the Great Northern Arts Festival to a more virtual platform, so that you still do have people in the territory that are here that are able to participate, but able to offer kind of a pay-per-use type platform for people who are around the world that can participate in workshops and such with our fabulous creatives that we have all around the Northwest Territories. So is the minister willing to actually increase this line item? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this point, this particular year wasn't a conversation around increasing for the Arts Festival. And again, I don't disagree that there's opportunities to pivot online, and this funding is still sitting here and available for the support of the festival in whatever form it might be. There has been some important announcements recently from the federal government with respect to creative funding and arts funding specifically, COVID-related, COVID-inspired perhaps. So again, as we've often done, we want to make sure we're taking advantage of the federal dollars so that we can then fill in the gaps or support them and be complementary to what is available. So for this year, again, as I say, this year this is not changing, but as we go forward and we reopen, hopefully the future is bright. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hear what the minister is saying, but I do think it's lost opportunity, especially when the rest of the world is sitting at home with checkbooks waiting to fill their days with something other than Netflix. I'm going to move on, though, to seed funding. I am wondering how many people took part or took advantage of the bookkeeping support through seed funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister? Thank you, Madam Chair. Hoping that she'll have the most up-to-date numbers, I would suggest maybe go to Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have currently up-to-date numbers, and you'll be happy to hear that this was a very well uptaken program. We have funded 96 applicants for a total of $521,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is this considered fully subscribed for this program? Thank you. Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just direct that back to Deputy Minister Strand again, please.
Yes. Deputy Minister Strand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think there's only a few that are still lingering with a few weeks left in this year, but yes, it's fully subscribed with the final processing underway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the things that we seem to hear a lot in our different committees is the need for administrative assistance or kind of human resource capacity throughout communities and also in Yellowknife. And so I'm wondering if this portion of the seed funding, this program of the seed funding, will be continued into the new year and become part of a staple of seed funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Sorry, Madam Chair, this portion, the business support portion. Yeah, Madam Chair, so that is probably a conversation to be had not in this forum with me by myself sitting here without officials. Yeah, if it is a perennial problem for small businesses, and certainly the fact that they didn't have their books done wasn't because of COVID necessarily, it was probably a challenge that just built up over time, and then they round up not being able to access funding. So I think by looking at those who have subscribed and hopefully getting some feedback as to why they wound up in that situation, we'll be better able to assess to what extent it was COVID related and to what extent it's a long-standing and continuous problem, and then make a choice going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'll come back to that question then down the road once the Minister has had some more time to kind of establish answers to those questions. I'm going to move on to the nomination program. I'm wondering if there are any applications in the hopper, so to speak, right now.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Well, and again, Madam Chair, for the most up-to-date, I'm going to suggest we go over to Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The answer is yes. I know that during the COVID year, one part of the program is that there has to be a face-to-face interview. So we have those outstanding applications that I think will still need to be processed. I don't have the exact number, but happy to come back with that number in more detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, given that a lot of the world is turning to virtual and that air travel is getting more expensive with less people traveling, if there has been conversation then around turning that into a virtual rather than in-person interview. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is a conversation worth having, so I will go and have the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if any of the applications are for outside of Yellowknife. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am hopeful that Deputy Minister Strand, well, I know there's some, but I don't know if we have those breakdowns. Let me see if Deputy Minister Strand does, and if not, we'll make a commitment to get it.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. But yes, the majority have been for Yellowknife, but I can confirm that, yes, we have some applications for Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to switch over to commercial fisheries, please. So I noticed that there's an increase here in commercial fisheries over the last couple of years. And one of the things that I'm wondering is, well, first of all, what does the increase, oh, no, never mind, the increase was for before. So it's a similar line item then to last year. So I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to any changes they are foreseeing in fisheries regulations for the upcoming fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, fisheries regulations specifically, well, to the extent that there be changes, they may well involve either ENR or the Department of Oceans and Fisheries from the federal government. The work that we are doing right now from ITI's end is to support, well, firstly, the Tucho Fishers Cooperative as they are getting ready to not ownership, but to operate the fish plant that's being built, as well as working with some of the other Indigenous governments or communities around the lake to build up their capacity, whether in terms of training or whether in terms of local processing, small-scale micro-processing plants or collection stations. So that's the work that's happening at ITI right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to quickly say that one of the things I am hearing from people in the riding I serve is that there's help needed for smaller fishery businesses to export fish, and that they're running into kind of roadblocks with federal government, and that they need the added support for ITI to be able to ensure that they're actually able to make some money off of that investment that they have. But I want to, before I run out of time here, quickly ask about the BDIC. Today on the floor, we had a conversation about women in business. And one of the things that came out of that conversation was that 9% of BDIC loans go to women-owned small businesses. And so I'm wondering if, based on that, if the new gender equity unit will be working with BDIC to help look at the way that they do business. And while I was writing my member statement, I did some research. And in the United States, there are people who actually do research into how venture capital ends up in the hands of women. And one of the things that was discovered is that well, a lot of times when men go through interviews for loans, they're asked to talk about their successes. And when women do it, they're asked to talk about their failures. And so I'm wondering if finance potentially, and maybe if the minister knows, the Minister of Finance, would work with the BDIC to put a gender equity lens on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, just to be clear earlier, it was 9% went to businesses that have sole proprietorships as women. 55% go to small businesses that have at least a partial ownership of women. So it's not quite so dire, which isn't to say that this isn't an area for potential growth. I'm quite sure I have seen some other statistics around the participation of women in small and micro business, and it is there is a story to be told there. So, yes, let me put whatever hat on I need to say, and I'm quite confident from the interactions I've had with the executive director at BDIC and the board that they are keen to be very forward-thinking and creative in how they approach micro business and the business that they do. So, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions, please return to, I just was trying to get past you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to get past me. My first question is, my understanding is that the $3,800,000 we see for seed for this year is actually quite oversubscribed, and we've found some internal money within and managed to spend more than is in the budget, which I'm very happy. I think seed's one of our best programs, and probably is some of the best return on investment we get for creating business in the N.W.T. But can I get an updated figure of how much we've dispersed in seed funding over this last fiscal year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, I think most up-to-date would be hopefully with Deputy Minister Strand.
Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, the updated numbers, it's broken into a few. For example, we had the bookkeeping, we had the pivot, we had an increased core seed budget. So I think the number is sitting at about $4.8 million. That has gone into seed as a whole. So it's about an increase of $984,000 that's been reallocated from within. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I recognize, it's a pandemic year and we rushed to, find some money, and it's good we spent an extra $1 million on seed, but I know even in the last actuals, seed was oversubscribed, and it's one of those programs that's consistently oversubscribed, which is a good thing. I guess I also expect that the need for economic recovery is not going to disappear in the next fiscal year. Is the department expecting that we will find more seed money? And if so, can we just simply make this budget a little more accurate and increase it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I guess I don't necessarily subscribe to the view that oversubscription equals good value for money. I do agree generally, though, that the seed funding does seem to be one that does support small business, small medium businesses, and community events and projects. So, I'd like to just simply say that this is clearly a good program. The direction that we're going right now in the government is we're going to figure out which are the good programs that are delivering on what they say that they're delivering. In this case, again, assistance to businesses and individuals. When we have that business case, or when we have that case, we can bring it back and hopefully be in a position to make an argument for why it should have an increase in funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also have heard good things from constituents for the bookkeeping money that went out. I've also heard that it's much easier for them to access seed than a lot of the CAN-NOR and federal funding that went out, which is part of the reason we gave them money to do their books, to get them in line with the sometimes very onerous requirements of getting money out of the feds. Does seed have any sort of tracking there of how much we use seed money to then leverage federal money? Because I think there's a couple metrics you could use, but my understanding is a lot of businesses go to seed to help with business plans and development applications and then go actually get more money out of the feds, which is all great. I'm just wondering if we have any of those numbers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is not inaccurate. That is certainly a conduit to more money, and we do have metrics. I don't know if we have them with us. I know it's reported on annually, Madam Chair, and if that's agreeable, I'd certainly just commit to making sure that that's available to the member.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That's fine. I'm just trying to get some good numbers on the public record for seed. Can I get an update of where we're at with market disruption being applied to seed funding? I guess I've heard a couple different answers over the year of it not being applied at all to it not being applied just to the COVID relief, and I get there's a number of streams and they've been moving around understandably to adapt, but how are we applying market disruption to seed funding going forward? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, broadly speaking, there is a sort of an internal review of seed taking place where we will look at the question of market disruption, which again does seem to have higher and lower popularity depending on the size of one community. But I don't have my seed materials or this sort of materials in front of me on the mains review. Let me send this over to Deputy Minister Strand and see if she's in a position to respond to that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Chair, so yes, as the Minister said, we are launching a seed review. So within the coming weeks, there will be a survey that gets put out for public feedback on a few items, the equity component, and also the market disruption. So we hope that there's good uptake on that because these are important questions. Also within N.W.T, ITI will look at more of our administrative and reporting parts of that. So, but hopefully we'll get good uptake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on whether there are any plans to extend BDIC loan deferrals? I understand that will end this fiscal. I know there have been requests to, continue that program of deferring loan payments until after the pandemic. Can I have an update whether the minister is doing that or willing to? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is a BDIC specific item, and I know that was one of the questions they looked at when they gathered together in January, and I had emphasized to them the fact that people will need the answer to that in advance of the fiscal year. So I would like to just confirm where they landed on that, and I will commit to getting back to the member. I think I'll have that answer by our next sitting dates. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess one of my concerns is that I know BDIC has some legislative kind of parameters and that they have to operate in, and they have a certain fund to make sure that all of their loans are intact. I believe if they get too much into deferrals or grants, they run up against those. Does the minister have any figures of what it costs to defer loans, or whether if that is actually they run into the parameters, we're willing to fund them? I think this is probably pretty cheap money to defer payments, and it's a good return on investment. But is there a cost to those loan deferrals? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Chair, yes, Madam Chair, I do have all those numbers. I have reviewed them. I just don't necessarily have them in the mains documents. So I will And again, we have had some conversations. There are challenges with ongoing loan deferrals, certainly with loan forgiveness. I know there's going to be some effort to find ways to support businesses, perhaps on a one-by-one basis, depending. So again, let me commit to getting back to the member. And again, I'm conscious that we're coming up at the end of the fiscal year, so I will commit to getting back to the member fairly quickly, so that we're in a position to advise all BDIC clients as to where we're at well in advance of the end of the fiscal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, I guess just a comment that I'd be supportive of, you know, if the BDIC can't necessarily take on that money, but the N.W.T can. So if there's some way to make sure those loan deferrals happen, and it has to happen through the N.W.T, I'm happy to see that. I am very eagerly awaiting the film policy, and I have spoken previously about some sort of film producers incentive policy. I guess my concerns right now with the film industry rebate program is that I'm not sure it's necessarily convincing anyone to come here. It's a good program, and you know, it does encourage a little bit of northern labor, but the fact that it's kind of after the fact, just, you know, it makes it a little cheaper to make a film in the N.W.T, and with $100,000, it's not all that much cheaper. And I guess we kind of got an answer to this before, but I guess, is there any plans to have a film producers incentive program, or to rework this program? And if so, how much money could we expect to see? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, there's obviously not money in the mains right now for the idea that the member is suggesting. The film strategy, if it hasn't reached committee, it is on its way across the hall. And once it's gone through that process, looking forward to an opportunity to receive feedback on it and to get it out to the public and to stakeholders. You know, yeah, the subsidy program is one part of a program for supporting film producers. There, of course, are funds. EC&E has funding for arts. We have other funding for small and medium-sized businesses. You know, this isn't a one-stop shop for film. They have other ways to access our supports, and there's also staff within ITI dedicated to supporting potential producers or others who want to come north and do work here in the north, supported by some of the quite fantastic film sector workers that we have in the north. So it's more than just one thing, and it's more than just one funding. We've had some great success here before COVID, and I'm sure we'll get back to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Seeing that there's no further questions, please turn to page 210. Industry, tourism and investment, economic diversification, business support, operations expenditure summary, 2021-2022 main estimates. 18,195,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Committee, we will take a 5-minute break. Okay. Order. Committee, we are going to continue on with minerals and petroleum resources, beginning on page 214 with information on items up to 217. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I noticed that under contributions, the Indigenous Mineral Development Support Program looks like it has a sunset of funding, and so I'm just wondering if the Minister can tell us if that's found in another section or what's gone on there.
Thank you. Minister of ITI. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there has been a sunset of funding there, which certainly doesn't suggest that there's not going to be an opportunity to renew that funding. That is, it's program review. So it's our hope that we will be in a position to come back and request the renewal of the funding once that program is done. And in the meantime, Madam Chair, there is certainly an intention to continue to work towards minimal regional development strategies wherever possible. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm seeing that this was contributions in support of Indigenous organizations to prepare and participate in mineral development in their area. And I know that the Minister said this is under program review, but was there no other way that this contribution could have continued in this year in another format while the program is being reviewed to continue to invest in mineral development? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the extent that it appears as a line item, this particular line item program was sunsetting this year, and so that's why it does then continue to sunset. A lot of what it was being used for in the past was to support Indigenous governments or Indigenous organizations or community organizations to attend functions like Roundup or PDAC, international or national level conferences. So, which this year are not happening. So that it wasn't an urgent item to need to have funded or renewed for this year. Again, it gives us that opportunity to conclude the review. There is some funding that can be often found from within when there are items that come up through the year. And we'll certainly be continuing to look at, I know I've spoken about my commitment to this area, so we'll be continuing to look at that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have similar questions about the MPR contributions various line item, which is contributions for the geological survey, scientific research, and mineral resources. So I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to, and I do recognize that it has been 2 years now that has been gone from the budget, but it did used to be $626,000 investment in resource development. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I'll suggest that the Deputy Minister Strand can provide some analysis of that, please. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, this work hasn't stopped. We only put it in once we have the actuals because every year is different. So the NTGS in 2020, of course, in COVID, weren't able to bring in other researchers and do joint programs. So unfortunately, there wasn't that funding spent last year, but it is back and active for this year and will continue. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that information. My next question is kind of a stretch, but I think it has relevance here. My next question is actually in regards to the Surface Rights Board, which I know is a lands line item. It is not an ITI line item, but it's $303,000 that I learned that a constituent of mine and myself almost made N.W.T history and almost using it. And I think that is something that could have been mitigated by improving and formalizing a process, an internal and external process between lands and ITI. So right now, somebody can come to ITI and they get a subsurface land rights, and they go to lands and they get surface land rights. And if those two licenses conflict with one another, then they go and they use the Surface Rights Board, which thankfully in the Northwest Territories has not needed to be used. But there's no part in the process where ITI communicates with lands, or if it is in the process, it's not consistently used. And so I'm wondering if the Minister will commit to formalizing an internal and external communication process to better educate clients on how those two licenses work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, I was wondering what the examination question was going to be here, but Madam Chair, I think rather than making, I mean, I can certainly make a commitment that we can put something together that explains how the two work and where the line between the two is. But I'm also going to take away the fact that if there are occasions where these two programs aren't communicating effectively, that's a bigger conversation that I'll also take away. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate that because while it's not a line item here, I think it's an opportunity for us to mitigate some costs down the road and some other line items, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? No further questions? Okay. Are there any further questions under Mineral and Petroleum Resources? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a date for when we expect online map staking to be implemented?
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, let me see if there's an update. I know that was somewhat dependent on work being done with mineral resources regulations, but let me see if I have an update through Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, that project called Mars was deferred and does start April 1st. We have staffing in place in preparation for that. I've been working closely with ISSS to map out the business procedures that need to be engaged. So the work is starting. Don't have a fully designed plan yet, but you know, we are aiming to have the bulk of the work done within the duration of the funding, which is for 3 years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update of what that the Mars system costs? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if Deputy Minister Strand or if Director Salvador would be better placed to answer that. Let me start with Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, it's 3-year funding for $4.2 million, which includes 2 PYs. It's a challenge to figure out what the program will actually end up costing other jurisdictions. It's been 10 years. We're trying to fast track this, and we think with the LTOS and other developments that ISS is working on should help us. We know Nunavut just launched theirs. There's a lot of lessons learned because we have very similar mineral tenure systems. So we're going to be working closely with Nunavut as well during that. So I'll have to get back to the member with when we see how development, you know, goes over the next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I look forward for that work. I think it's a long time overdue. Can I get an update? During the last main estimates, there was quite a lot of talk about the 8 members in the Beaufort Delta under this section. I believe now we added one more, apparently in this budget, and I believe those were petroleum resource officers, and I know there's not a lot of petroleum resource, and I believe there was some talk of either reprofiling them or making sure the job descriptions align better to making sure they have work to do given the decline of oil and gas in the Delta. Can I get an update of, well, firstly, why did we add one position to that office? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so I can certainly go through the details of what is specifically ongoing right now, but I'm not seeing that we've added one, so let me just double check that back over with Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Okay, Madam Chair, yes, I am not aware of adding one. We combined minerals and petroleum into one unit, and so, you know, we've actually condensed them a bit, and further to the member's question, we will be looking at synergies with what work those staff can do up there. On top, they've helped with the delivery of our prospecting programs, with the regional mineral development strategies for the Gwich'in and the Inuvialuit. But the office does remain active with, you know, for example, the Husky forfeiture. They have to review all that work, and it can be quite intensive. So we have them working on that and the active tenure for a lot of the cleanup projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I could just get a clarification then. I'm looking at page 217, and I see we added 1 position in the Beaufort Delta and 3 to headquarters. I believe the 3 to headquarters are for the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Act implementation, but can I just get confirmation of what the 4 positions being added to the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Unit are for? Page 217. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have some, yes, indeed, some coming in for Mineral Resources Act, and one is, I believe, a permafrost scientist coming in that I would believe is being counted here. Yes.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess stepping back of the $16 million I see here for mineral and petroleum resources versus the economic diversification and business support, which is $18 million, I think some things are a little out of line in this unit. And I struggle to know exactly, especially the petroleum resources side, what they're doing. And I heard the Deputy Minister say there that we're trying to, get that unit at N.W.T to work on some of the Husky forfeiture and the remediation work, and I think that's great. I think that's probably the direction of where a lot of our staff have to go. But is there any plans to kind of review this unit and have it capture some of the remediation work that I think has a, probably a much higher likelihood of economic return for the, at least the foreseeable future than the petroleum resources side that all the job descriptions currently list them as. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a busy unit, and it has a lot going on in it across different areas of the department. So we have, this is where the socioeconomic agreements reside. This is where, would be where the remediation work and remediation economy resides. This is where the Northwest Territories Geological Survey resides with all of its scientists. So there's actually only a small percentage that is minerals specific. It is quite wide-ranging and quite broad. So we have our client services community relations sections here, which supports, in fact, small businesses and small prospectors to take action and to be active here in the Northwest Territories. So again, in the interest of time, I think that's probably a bigger question, but one that at this point, again, there's, I'm happy to kind of go through each one at more length, but simply to say that this is really not meant to be, and I would not want anyone to walk away thinking that there's that this is all petroleum focused or that the petroleum related work is one that is dominating the budget here. It's not, and that to the extent that there's work also happening there in LNG up and through the Delta. And supporting work that's happening there with in that region as well as in the south section. I mean, again, Madam Chair, I'm trying to figure out how I can be succinct on what is actually a very large question about an area that does provide supports to some pretty anchor areas of the economy. Again, I'm happy to perhaps do a bit of a write-up on what the details of this department does, if that would be of assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't need to get into a very large debate about, perhaps ITI reviewing some of its mandate and restructuring some of its departments. I'll leave that to another time. Can I just get a clarification of, in the 2019-2020 actuals for the N.W.T Geological Survey, there's actually a $1.3 million decline. Can I just get an explanation for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I suggest going to the Director of Finance, please?
Thank you. Ms. Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a decrease of 1.4 because of the sunset for the Slave Geological Province Exploration Development Initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one last comment. I I actually like seeing these line items of Mineral and Petroleum Resources Act implementation, and when a department goes out and creates a unit and staffs it and makes it very clear. I would encourage all other ministers, that when you have large pieces of legislation or regulations to implement, make a unit, give a manager with that title. It creates clear accountability, and it creates clear funding. It also kind of shows where a government's priorities are at. I'm not sure this aligns with my priorities, but I think this means people aren't doing things off the side of their desk. And I note a number of departments are very behind on all of their regulations, and probably because they haven't created a clear unit and funded it like this. So I'll leave that as a comment, that good job on whoever decided to actually make this very clear who's supposed to do that work, which is a large and important piece of work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. I'll take that as a comment. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to continue on the line of my colleague about staff that we have that are dedicated to oil and gas. And I know some of these people, they're hardworking, but the reality is there hasn't been any exploration, seismic drilling since devolution 7 years ago. So I'm not quite sure what everybody does, but yesterday we heard about Orogo having a third-party assessment done of their resource needs, and is that something that the minister is prepared to look at in terms of the oil and gas function within ITI, having a third-party assessment to look at resourcing? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's no plans right now to have any sort of external assessment around the need for this unit. Right at the moment, however, what we're fairly confident in is that there, while there may not have been a lot of oil and gas exploration, there continues to be a very large amount of interest in LNG production and distribution and marketing, et cetera, across the Northwest Territories. There's a lot of activity in the Delta, but there's activity in the South Slave as well. Interest in it at both on a small scale and a large scale. So there's certainly that aspect of it. In addition to which, there's certainly a number of, there's monitoring that has to be undertaken with respect to the petroleum land tenure system, various other holder responsibilities. There's, again, monitoring that happens of the existing tenures. So, there still is a fair bit of work that goes on. And as Deputy Minister already said, there's efforts to reprofile or shift so that it's not singularly for oil and gas, but that it's looking at mineral resources as well in the region. So, again, there's no need to, I'd say there's no need to worry that these folks won't be kept busy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's kind of what I expected here, but the tenure system should actually be rolled into the Department of Lands. They're the ones that already do the surface, and it creates a conflict when you have a department that's trying to promote the resource and then trying to manage the rights at the same time. So I've made that suggestion before, but I expect this kind of like water off a duck's back. But and while we're on the subject of ducks, I want to turn over to the page 216, the contributions page here. There's, I've been here for 5 years, and once again, there's core funding for the N.W.T. Chamber of Mines listed here, and it actually increases from 30,000 to 55, which is an 83% increase. Can someone explain to me the increase in this core funding? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is project-based funding, so I'd like to suggest I can direct that to the Deputy Minister to describe the changes in programming.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, on an annual basis, we work on projects with the Chamber of Mines. You can see that in some years like 2019-20, the numbers were actually higher. These are estimates, and we have different events at different conferences that the Chamber co-hosts with us, public awareness and outreach projects such as their Mining North Works. They've helped with the delivery of prospecting programs. So every year it changes. And all I can say is that this year we're working on more profile for their mining Northworks, which is a great program that's in the schools in Nunavut, and we're looking to see what is in the realm of possible in the territories. And also, we meet with the Chamber every 2 weeks on a working group. We're working on our competitiveness, we're looking at actions, they're contributing to the critical metals action plan. So there's a lot of good work. It's intensive, and like I said, as the Minister said, it's not core funding, it's project by project basis, and you know, it's ongoing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Madam Chair, well, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, smells like a duck, it is a duck, and this is core funding. Look, I'm sure that, you know, meeting every 2 weeks with the Chamber is great. I wish that all NGOs had that kind of access to our departments. That's really great. But I don't see a similar sort of increase for other kinds of NGOs that get core funding. So I'm just going to leave that there for now, Madam Chair. I want to go over to the line item on 215, which is Mineral and Petroleum Resources Act implementation. And the Minister in her opening remarks talked about how there's $360,000 for this work, but the line item here actually shows $587,000. So can I get an explanation as to the discrepancy? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd suggest this might go to our Director of Finance, Salvador, please.
Thank you. Ms. Salvador?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $587,000 is actually, we reallocated budget of $231,000 from our Mineral and Petroleum Resources Division to this new division. It includes our director position salary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So yeah, it's interesting that not only has this new division been created and we've got money to help, I guess, pay for studies and so on, but they've actually reallocated staff now to do this work. And as I agree with my colleague from Yellowknife North that this is interesting and shows the importance of mining and oil and gas to this department and perhaps cabinet as a whole, but I don't see other departments doing this kind of thing. You know, environment, natural resources, lands, they've got a lot of work to do in terms of regulation development and you know, implementation of the Public Land Act, development of regulations, Protected Areas Act, those kinds of things. I don't know, can the Minister explain what's the secret here to get extra money to do this work? And maybe she can share that with her colleagues on the other side. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm obviously not here to defend the structure and organization of every other department. I would think it should be a good thing that a department is able to reallocate funds from within or reallocate staff from within rather than constantly having to create new positions. And Madam Chair, this is a major piece of legislation. It's one that was ready to go or was implemented or at the end of the last assembly, but is waiting on its regulations. And I have many times heard it said that, in fact, notwithstanding how big the act is, it's in fact the regulations that everyone's waiting to see how they unfold. It's a piece of legislation that we are committed with the IGC to go out to fairly intensive consultations with Indigenous governments. That's part of the devolution agreements and the agreements that we have now. This is an opportunity to really fundamentally change one of the biggest anchor industries or the anchor industry in the Northwest Territories. I'm not going to be defensive about it. I think it's a good thing, Madam Chair. I think people are excited about it. I think the industry is excited about it. The indirect industries that benefit, I think, should be excited about it. And yeah, to the extent that that it's a good thing, you know, all I can say is that I can go and talk to the other ministers and see how they plan to get their legislations rolling. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate that response. Is there a publicly available plan or schedule or anything to do this work? Because I've yet to see that, and I'm as anxious as the minister to get some of this work done, but I'm not aware of any public plans or schedules to do this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we were really just waiting for the IGC process, the Intergovernmental Council process, to be concluded with the protocol there. So with that done, I will commit to getting a full outline of our expected timeline on this to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that commitment. So in the remaining dwindling seconds here, I see that the travel line here for the department, the current year, we only expect to spend $361,000, but the travel's actually much higher for that for 21-22. Is this kind of like wishful thinking that the pandemic's going to be over and we're going to be able to travel all over the place, or why is it at that level? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think travel feels like wishful thinking to me right now in general. But with respect to if we're looking at what occurred in 2021, Madam Chair, we did take a fair bit of the travel budget that was there and reallocated it towards tourism and tourism and parks specifically. So that was from the travel budgets for the department as a whole that were being looked at to help to fund tourism. Madam Chair, I hope I answered the member's question in full. I'm worried that I didn't, but I'm sure he knows where to find me.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to comment that the Minister's description of what this section done was excellent, and I couldn't have said it better myself. So I just wanted to start off by saying that I think perhaps the Minister actually just has a semantics problem, and if she takes the word petroleum out of the title of this section, she should no longer have the problems. I'm actually really excited to see the funding in this area because this is science. This is the scientists as well. I've had the opportunity to spend time in the Inuvik office and see what they do and how much they contribute back to the community, including running the daycare center in Inuvik. I think he's the board member. So I just want to say I think that perhaps just looking at renaming might be the way to go. When I look at this, I do actually would like to know if there is going to be at any point an increase in funding for the geologic survey. I'm worried that as we lock down the borders and et cetera, we're losing an opportunity for us to continue on with our research, with our scientific side, with keeping up in as a forefront or forerunner of the permafrost sciences, et cetera. A lot of our work depends on, or our research depends on, universities external to the Northwest Territories, including external to Canada, as I mentioned in my statements. So maybe the Minister could speak to the fact that when we do see $1.7 million drop there from the actuals of 2019. So maybe if the Minister could comment on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the change in actuals and the decrease there in the actuals was reflective of the fact that there was a sunset on Slave Geologic Province exploration funding. But more generally speaking, there is a lot of leveraging that does go on with universities and a lot of contribution agreements that go through the Northwest Territories Geological Survey so that they can indeed leverage opportunities with universities. Certainly happy to take away the idea of doing more. I also agree that this is an area that has, I think, tremendous growth potential in the Northwest Territories, given some of the unique nature of what we have here in the north in terms of geology, geoscience, geophysics. So, there's not an increase in this year's budget, but again, recognizing the comments and I appreciate those. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I would like to make a comment around during my time as a minister, I was actually very involved in many conversations around oil and gas and petroleum, LNG, et cetera, in the Beaufort Delta, not only with businesses, but also with Indigenous governments and local governments. So I do think there is a lot of interest up in the Beaufort Delta. I would be supportive of actually an increase to funding in the research area. There's a lot of interest in the shipping route from the Beaufort Delta into Asia. It would be shorter than other sources of oil and LNG and such around around the world. I'm probably not getting my science right at the moment because I am extremely tired. So I just did want to say that I believe there's a lot of interest in oil and gas, and I do fully support that. My question next is around the Chamber of Mines. While the Chamber of Mines does not have the core funding, and they have been a strong advocate for the Northwest Territories, I'm concerned as well there that their main source of revenue has always been the Geoscience Forum. While everybody may want to say going virtual is great, a lot of times now people are having to offer their virtual conferences or symposiums for free online, like NAPEG is doing next week, if you're interested. So, I think that, the Chamber of Mines is going to continue to see hard times over the next while as we continue to stay locked down. So can the minister speak to maybe how she's going to address some of that concern? Again, I'm really worried that the loss of exploration, the loss of our mineral sector at this point will lead to a massive economic slump down the line, as mining is responsible for 40% of our GDP. And we need to remember that, and we don't build mines overnight, so we need at least 10 years out, and we need 10 metal mines to make up one diamond mine. So while I'm sitting here probably preaching and doing the department's work a little bit, I feel strongly in making a statement now that I do not agree that there is no oil and gas interest in the Northwest Territories, and I believe the path forward for our territory is through green energy minerals. And I only support this, and if you want more money, come to me and I'll help you figure out how we get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister. Madam Chair, I don't know that I want to take away from much that was said. I'm inclined to let it stand as a comment, but no, I guess the one issue there, Madam Chair, that I am hearing is around support for the Chamber of Mines. They are project funded, and one of the major projects that they are funded for is indeed the Geosciences Forum, which is a headline feature event for the mineral resources sector in the north, and how to go online this year, which certainly does not bring in the same sorts of revenue. But let me just go directed to Deputy Minister Strand to speak to what that may have done, if anything at all, to the extent that we can speak for the Chamber of Mines. She might be able to speak to what that did to the project funding that we do put towards that project, please. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have all the results for Geoscience, but as the Minister said, it was delivered online. We have worked with the Chamber on the virtual roundup event. We are launching the PDAC event next week with them. We have Invest Canada's North with Canor and our bordering two territories. So, we have to continue to fill the space for promoting and getting the N.W.T message out there. So, we will continue with the Chamber of Mines on the various promotional events. This year, hopefully, there will be a delivery of Geoscience Forum and the Max Awards, but we are filling that with different projects and deliverables that we're working on together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that's all great. And while it's going to be painful for the next little while things just are only virtual, I actually see this in the long run of opening up the Northwest Territories and access to international markets, as my colleague from Cam Lake was saying earlier on, that, in the long run, we'll actually probably have more people participating in our forums, but when we can return to a normal sort of open venue. So I guess just one last comment, again, back to science. I like facts, and I want to invest more in this area, because just because you say something a lot doesn't make it true. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member, and I'll take that as comment. Are there any further questions under Mineral and Petroleum Resources? Seeing none, please turn to page 215. Industry, Tourism and Investment, Minerals and Petroleum Resources, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022, main estimates. $16,346,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. We will now move to Tourism and Parks, beginning on page 218, with information items up to 221. Member for Cam Lake. I'm just kidding. Any questions?
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also really like tourism and parks as well, so I'm very supportive of this area too. So I'm looking very forward to the day in which I can also travel again. You know, at times when I've driven down the highway, like I said, it feels like I just want to keep going, right? So, no, putting joking aside, I'm looking at the growth and recovery by investing in tourism fund. I've been hearing from a lot of constituents or just past, people that had connection from before, regarding their concern about the borders not reopening, obviously this summer, like they had anticipated, and therefore not seeing a tourism season in the upcoming summer. Is there, and I know the minister's already spoke, and it's been a long day too, that there's a lot of conversation with the federal government, but I guess I just would like her to to maybe speak a little bit further to whether or not that GRIT fund is going to actually maybe be renewed or replaced, or like how much are we really going to see in relief funding for our operators? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, tourism certainly is quite dear to my heart, and I continue to hear about the impacts of COVID-19, specifically the border restrictions on this sector. Madam Chair, it was my goal to have something sort of a little more concrete to be able to get back to members and out to the public during the course of this session. We still have a few weeks left, so my goal is not quite over yet. But we are working, I would say, quite diligently right now to make sure that whatever programs are put in place for the 2021-22 year continue to do what we did in the first 20 to 2021, which was to really identify areas that need to be supported that are from the federal programs, or that can be complemented by federal programs, or where there's gaps to be filled. We are still waiting to know what the final word might be from the federal government. That is a significant source of money, and it makes sense to me to not compete with it, but to use it to its best advantage. So, again, we are expecting to have some information back fairly soon from them, and are working in the meanwhile to be ready to drop our own plans in conjunction with that, based on that estimation. I know that's not a lot of specifics, Madam Chair. I'm trying to give as much as I can about where we're at, but I very much want this to be a planned approach and not just sort of bits here and there. So that's why I'm holding back a little bit on where I can go. But I'll certainly commit to getting the plan out. I just don't know when that's going to be. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That's good to hear, and I'm hoping, like before, we're seeing things that are special to us as the territories versus having to be in the same realm as Quebec and Ontario with their, over-the-top tourism sectors versus ours. I wanted to talk to you quickly about the Tourism Infrastructure Fund. Last year, that was a great idea in keeping some small projects going into small communities, employing local businesses, building, I think it was to build kitchen shelters, picnic tables, and such. I note that there's no increase to that over the actuals from either the last 2 years. So I'm just curious to know, would the department consider actually investing more there, given that, again, we're not going to see the open of the borders this summer? To me, again, this seems like a great way we can keep small northern businesses working, keep people employed outside of the centres, and I would be supportive to see more money being put in, and maybe looking at, if an area park doesn't have a kitchen shelter in a community, looking at that, or as my colleague has brought up, what is N.W.T going to get in preparation for their road, this being the last year of the ice road. So, just maybe the minister could comment a little bit around that. Thank you. Thank you,
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, right now, obviously, the Tourism Infrastructure Fund still sits at $200,000, but it certainly has been oversubscribed, I think, in this last year, and efforts have been undertaken to, as I said earlier, moving travel money and reallocating that to the areas that were in need, such as this one, and such as some of the tourism products that have rolled out, whether GRIT or otherwise. So, the short answer is yes, but the longer answer is that it's coming in one project at a time right now. And so, right now we're still closing out the end of this fiscal and trying to utilize all of the different programs and funds that were designed and were set up for this fiscal year, and then determine where we can go in the next year. But I suppose, yes, short answer is yes. It has been a good program. It has had good uptake, and we want, ultimately, the goal and the vision is to position communities and tourism operators to be ready when there is a full reopening or partial reopening. And so that certainly does fit within that vision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would totally support if when this comes back to us that money's already actually moved over into this area out of the travel budget ahead of us all voting on it, but I'll leave that as more of a comment. We can't get out of this area without talking about outhouses, so I'm going to ask the Minister about the outhouses up in the Beaufort Delta, which I heard a lot about being shot up and not in such great condition. I know that there's been conversation around the replacement of these. I do want to urge the Minister to actually start looking into the revolutions of outhouse technology in the last while, and the fact that maybe we could be subcontracting these outhouses to self-contained units that can be like hosed down, etc., to a company. Maybe that's a business development opportunity to create a contractor, because I feel that if we have a contract in place where those, and I'm forgetting now, but I believe it's contracted out through the parks, but I'm not 100% sure, and I should know that. But something along that line where it's a heated outhouse, that type of thing. But if not, if you're not going to replace those Beaufort Delta outhouses, will you be providing operations and maintenance funding for them in the upcoming year? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Madam Chair, please don't shoot at the outhouses. So Madam Chair, I'm actually heading to Inuvik in a couple of weeks from now, and in keeping with earlier themes this session with respect to outhouses, there is an ADM meeting happening tomorrow morning between ITI, between infrastructure, to figure out the previously promised plan around outhouse maintenance in the Northwest Territories on obviously highways, roadways, pullouts, parks. So that includes parks, kind of add this one to the list, that if the outhouse facilities in the parks in the Beaufort Delta are not up to par, then obviously that we'll have to figure out a solution, maybe alongside the other solutions for outhouses that we are now actively pursuing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
May I suggest the formation of an outhouse committee, and then you could have an open, to the public naming contest for that committee. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions under Industry, Tourism, Investment? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready now. Madam Chair, I see that, understandably so, there's a drop in about $2 million from the Tourism and Parks budget. I'm wondering if, within that line item, if ITI is still able to, or if they have already worked on kind of a robust domestic and international marketing plan for as soon as the borders do open, so that we're ready to go and say to people, come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the drop of $2 million there that you can see between the revised 2020 estimates and the mains for 21-22 relates really to the fact that there was so much of increased funding coming through Canor to support the tourism industry in COVID. There's actually not, if you kind of look at the main estimates to main estimates, there actually isn't very much variance there. And sorry, Madam Chair, I'm going to have to get the member to say the second half of her question. It's gone. I apologize.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to hear all about the fabulous commercials and promotional material that's all ready to go out across Canada and internationally, so that we can attract people back right away with fabulous programs and really selling our N.W.T tourism operators from Fort Smith right up to the Arctic Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, I am embarrassed to have admitted to say that I forgot about what the question was, because I love to talk about this. I had the pleasure of receiving a detailed, lengthy presentation, including all sorts of graphics, 3Ds, things jumping out, all from Northwest Territories Tourism, who are our destination marketing organization here in the Northwest Territories. They have always traditionally done the bulk of the programming for tourism, and it is quite fantastic. I believe there's an outstanding offer for a similar briefing to committee to have all the same experiences of seeing 3D animals pop out that you can pet. I don't mean to make light of it. It really was quite stunning. There's a line of Northwest Territories stories that I think people were actually crying in the room when we were watching it. So it is phenomenal. I think they have in fact won international awards for it. They are still doing that. The programming is still happening. It's still out there. Yeah, obviously we have directed some of the funding that would normally have gone to really pushing that back into the industry right now so that folks can stay alive, so that they are ready when the time comes when tourism restarts internationally as well as nationally. But I really can't say enough, Madam Chair, about the phenomenal nature of the programs that they have and the marketing products that they have. It's just a question of kind of keeping the money where it can support those tourist operators now, but then rolling that product out and catching what I hope is going to be a real wave of tourism coming back to the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy to hear that. I'm wondering, this past week, the Minister and I spoke in regards to the camping season this year, and I'm wondering if there was any movement or further conversation with the department. I believe that was only 2 days ago, so I understand if the Minister doesn't have a question or an answer to this, but just in regards to a voucher program for people doing staycations this year.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair, just confirming, I did certainly confirm back with the department after the discussion here in the House that there's continued interest to have, again, some form of a coupon once again. So, again, hearing it on the floor of the House is an important tool that raises its profile in the department. So we're well aware and we want to have that ready to go. As I said, again, the dates for bookings do open in May. So a bit of time, but we want the information out. Conscious of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a heads up, and I understand if this information isn't available, but just in regards to if the plan is to do extended stays for people, if there will be opening of showers this year, and these may be CPHO questions, but figured I'd ask them now and I can come back later if need be.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the department worked very much in conjunction, in collaboration with the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer last spring and through the season to ensure that the parks reopen safely. That works. In some ways, that foundation is already there and the relationships are already built. So I'm quite confident that everything that can be done to reopen safely and as fulsomely as possible is and will be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to switch now to page 220. And on there we have the Yellowknife Visitor Centre, which has kind of a status quo budget item, but we do have some changes to that still, which are the site of the Yellowknife Visitor Centre, the traditional site, which is still sitting there. And I assume that this budget item is to support the kind of alternate location for the Yellowknife Visitor Centre, but I'm wondering if there is a plan to have a budget item for the kind of legacy site of the Yellowknife Visitor Centre, and if so, when we can anticipate that and what the plan is for that site. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Madam Chair, I think I know there's quite a lot of ongoing work with the city. Let me see if I can get the latest on where that is at from Deputy Minister Strand, please.
Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, right now we've increased that funding to the city in the tune of $186,000 on top of what you see on page 220, which is really going to enable them to look at what the new N.W.T. visitors, Yellowknife Visitor Center looks like. We just chatted with the city last week about some of their visions, and it could be pretty exciting, but they're doing that work right now. As for the old site, I think I actually don't know what's happening with that site, but rest assured that with the new site, and they're looking at options, in the core downtown, and that funding that we have is for this year, and we've committed that we need to be able to find that funding ongoing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Historically, we spend about 10% of the tourism product diversification program on southern operators, which, recognizing 90% goes to northern operators, that's great. But I don't really understand why we give public money to businesses not based in the Northwest Territories to run tourism operations here. Is the minister willing to amend the tourism product diversification program to make it only northern businesses? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, of that 10% is you often have businesses that then employ guides locally, boat operators, airline operators locally, certainly may use other tourist products here, such as local hotels during transfers and food operators, logistics, supply, etc. So whether it's direct employees or whether it's indirect spend, this is still, those who may be based in the south are still often very important local operators. Yeah, so, what I would perhaps suggest or commit doing is to provide information to the extent that we have, and I think we do, that outlines the spending that we are aware of by those operators so that we can see just how much the dollars that we give in their support do in fact wind up circulating back here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have no doubt that there's spin-off economic benefits from, a large southern paddle company or hunting outfitter coming up here and running their lodge. I actually talk to a lot of the lodge owners who run them seasonally, and they're great businesses, but I just question the justification for us actually giving them money, especially when a lot of them are historically quite competitive and running good programs. So I look forward to seeing those numbers. I've made this request before. I guess on to another point, though, is we waived the $500 tourism operator license fee for this fiscal. Are we going to do that again? Thank you.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North?
Love it. Thank you. Best answer I could have had. And I guess I would like to plant in the minister's ears, perhaps, I know this isn't a lot, $500, but it is a bit of a barrier to entry to starting a business. And even, I know the Tourism Act was created to perhaps promote tourism, but it has quite a process that, may disincentivize some of the smaller people who want to dip their toes into the waters. And I don't view a tourism operator license as the type of license that, has to generate revenue. And it seems completely counterintuitive that we charge all of our tourism operators, especially the small seasonal ones, $500 every year. Is the minister willing to going forward, look at completely getting rid of this fee? It just doesn't seem to make much sense to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe, it's certainly for the small, medium-sized operators, my understanding is that it's actually $175 as a fee. But again, I'll certainly, if that's incorrect, I will ensure that we correct that. But with respect to having the license, it is one way that we are able to assure the public that there is protection for them, that there's some control over who is offering services, and often offering services that are in remote locations. And again, I believe that there's actually, you know what, Madam Chair, I'm getting information in real time. So $580 for a new license, but only $175 for renewal. So again, it hasn't come back to me that this is in fact a burden. I would expect that if it is a burden, there's quite a number and variety of various funding tools at ITI to help support those small operators. And there's a lot of, one of the other major things that tourism license and its amending provisions do is allow us to go out to consult with Indigenous governments when there are tourism operations happening on traditional lands or on settled lands. So what I will say, perhaps a commitment even, is that I can go back and check in with Northwest Territories Tourism, see to what extent there are some barriers, if this is a barrier, if it's a question of just filling out the paperwork. Yeah, this isn't a money-making tool necessarily. So I'll need to go back and have some conversations with those that are impacted by these rules. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, perhaps trying not to rehash the entire debate about the Tourism Act and whether it accomplished its goals. But yeah, I think the problem with going to N.W.T. tourism is that part of the reason we brought the Tourism Act in was to get a lot of people licensed who weren't licensed, and I know that's still a problem. I have constituents who run tourism operators, businesses that are not licensed and probably don't want to go talk to ITI. So I guess as part of that review there, can the minister look to how we're bringing in people into the licensing scheme? Charging them $500 doesn't help, but I guess I'll just leave that as a comment. We wouldn't be complete for tourism parks unless I talked about the opening of the campgrounds. Madam Chair, every single year I go down to Kikiza and I go fly fishing, and every single year someone cuts the gate and goes camping there, or they run through the creek to go camping there. There is an insatiable demand to go camping earlier that people are cutting gates. I know we can't open the parks because, we have to hire some people, but there are certain campgrounds in this territory that people camp at regardless, and is the department willing to look at some sort of, I guess, the way I view this is that there's certain kind of, I think they're operated by ITI, or, if you took Hidden Lake Territorial Park, these giant parks where people camp. They camp all year round, they go them. There's roadside pullouts, some of which are parks operated by ITI that aren't necessarily campgrounds, but people camp at them. Is that something the department allows? Is there a way to create some of these campgrounds that allow people to go in and pull in regardless of the actual registered fixed season? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I don't have that in my mains. It's not something I have in front of me other than to sort of rehash what was already discussed earlier this week about, the costs of extending the season for a month being into the tens of thousands of dollars, let alone the fact that, again, there's contracts in place with operators and some simple physical facts about what they can or cannot do before the real thaw happens. But the question then evolved towards what could be done in what are maybe the day parks as opposed to the camping parks. So that's a new spin on. What I'd like to suggest is that I take that away and have a conversation with the department about whether there are options for some of the other parks products that are not the formal campgrounds. I can sort of commit to get an answer on that, but it may be that I need to come back to the member to make sure I'm actually answering where that question ended up when it ended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope one day I will be able to go camp in the winter without lands showing up and calling me squatter. My next. Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question is, I see that we still have the lease commitment in the visitor center in Dawson. Can I just get an update of, I thought we actually weren't doing that, but perhaps I was wrong. I have an update of what the plan is for the continued visitor services in Dawson City, Yukon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know we were looking at the status of that and trying to determine if in fact it is something that ought to be renewed. I don't know if that has progressed to a final, it's not at a final point of decision because it hasn't hit me yet, Madam Chair, but let me see if the Deputy Minister can provide a bit of an update on where that consideration is at. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we've asked the region to do an analysis, a cost-benefit analysis on that visitor center, recognizing its location and what we can do more within the territory. So we're aiming to have that done by the end of this fiscal. This visitor center does have a lot of people come through it. The question is how many actually end up in the territory. For example, in 2018, 10,000 people came through that. But recognize, it's a good location in downtown Dawson. Do we want to keep it? Do we not? That'll be a decision we'll look at early next fiscal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Are there any further questions under tourism and parks? Seeing none, industry, tourism, investment, Tourism and Parks, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022, main estimates $16,232,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, there are additional information items from page 222 to 226. Do members have any questions in regards to any of those information items that are specifically to the information items? Seeing none, we'll continue on. Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 203. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to have some questions about the revenue summary because this is the only place revenues show up for this department. There's a couple of ducks here that need to be flushed out. So the line on 204, licenses, rental and other fees. So the main estimates for last year showed, $2.4 million, but the revised estimates actually show $47.7 million. Is this a typo? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Madam Chair, it is not a typo. It is a license forfeiture from Husky Oil. That I would be happy to provide in some further detail, Madam Chair. I'm just not getting back there fast enough. Perhaps I might suggest that Deputy Minister Strand can speak to it, or it may go over to our Director of Finance, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, that is correct. That is the work bid deposit forfeiture from Husky Energy. They had a work commitment. It wasn't fully fulfilled. And so as a result, under our legislation, the balance of that deposit is forfeited, and that's what the amount is for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
This is good news, but there's no explanation whatsoever of what this amount is. I'm kind of surprised that it's just kind of dropped in here, no footnote, nothing. So any member of the public wouldn't know what this is. Is there not a better way to present this for future main estimates? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, it's obviously a significant bid deposit forfeiture. It's much higher than what we would often see in a particular year. And I think I'm certainly happy to say that, and I don't know what threshold there might be, or if there should be a threshold of at what point there a footnote is offered. But points well made, and I accept it that, yes, it certainly shows as being a number that seems unusual, and yet there's actually a very clear explanation available for it. So, commitment would be that if there's going to be another significant variance of that nature, that we find a way to report that publicly so that it's more clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Madam Chair, yeah, I appreciate that. So I just want to get a little bit more clarification of what this work bid forfeiture actually is. Does this mean that Husky has surrendered its exploration license and that they're not going to be carrying out, I think it was like over $300 million worth of work that they were required to carry out to keep the exploration license in good standing? Is that what's happened here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Madam Chair, no, it's not like that, Madam Chair. I'm going to suggest, though, that this go to Deputy Minister Strand.
Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, Husky had about $94 million in the deposit, and they worked it down to 45.2. It's when the conversion from an exploration license to a significant discovery license happens that's forfeited. So they have spent a lot of money on this EL. I think upwards of $200 million, if not way more than that. So that, I think, hopefully summarizes it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So the company, though, has applied for a significant discovery license. And so this means, though, that they don't have to carry out the other work commitment of, I guess it would have been another $50 million, a total of $94 million worth of exploration work. That's not going to take place now, is that correct? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, I'll direct it to the Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct.
Member?
Chair, that's not good news. That's, you know, almost $100 million worth of work that could and should have been done in the SAW 2. So, well, great that we get a $45 million cash windfall, but so in converting this to a significant discovery license, is that being done under the old legislation or the new legislation? And is there any requirement for even 1 cent to be spent under a significant discovery license? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it is still falling under the old legislation, which again, I don't have in front of me. So, Madam Chair, maybe see if I can direct that back over to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister Strand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The actual license, we spent a fair bit of work on this with Justice, and it is that it does fall under the new legislation. So that is in place for the new SDL that is being finalized right now with Husky. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, that is good news because they can only tie up the land now for 15 years. But as I understand it, they don't have to do 1 cent of work, nothing, which is not good news. But I'm going to leave this one for now. And I do hope that people are paying attention to this because that system is still broken. But I have one other question here. The next item, mineral oils and gas. The main estimate here was for the current year was, $30.7 million. And the figure here is just a dash. Is that really like we're predicting we're going to get $0 from mining and oil and gas royalties for the current year? Zero? Is that a typo again? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Our Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right number. Non-renewable resource revenues, minerals, oil and gas. I have 1.511, Madam Chair, so. Sorry, for last year, yes. Well, so for last year, Madam Chair, actually, the numbers have been updated, and I think we are now expecting some small amount of royalties for this fiscal, given that Caddy has come back online and given some of the rebounding in the diamond markets. I don't know if I have that number available. Let me see if Deputy Minister Strand or Director Salvador do.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
So yeah, when this estimate was done, this forecast was at the height of COVID, so that's why it has a zero number in there. We do the next forecast in August, so we're anticipating that there will be a number in there. I just don't know exactly what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So yeah, okay, so we don't know how much it is, but it might be slightly greater than the dash or the zero that might appear there. And then it's estimated for 21-22, we're only going to get $1.5 million for royalties from diamond mining and oil and gas. 1.5, is that right? I'm just wondering if it's a typo again. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, typos are pretty rare in the main estimates. No, it's not a typo. Yeah, I mean, and look, the mineral resource sector has had some pretty significant struggles over the last year, and we're expecting likely will continue to have some pretty significant ups and downs in the year to come. The estimates and the forecasts are perhaps a bit conservative, but I suspect the Minister of Finance would rather have a conservative estimate than have a wide variation in terms of the own source revenues that we're expecting to have come in. So if in fact the diamond markets continue to rebound as they seem to be, but that's far from certain given that there continue to be significant shutdowns across Canada, I was going to say, but internationally as well, it's difficult to anticipate what in fact is going to happen. There have been new sales and new sites which have gone very well. But in fact, again, that's, that alone isn't going to rebound this sector, that we're going to have to see whether or not, how much catch-up is there going to be compared to over last year, how far is it going to get? And then as far as other areas, again, commodities are coming back, but a lot of our projects are at early stages, so we may or may not be seeing royalties coming in this coming year. The biggest source of the royalties was the diamond mines, and we're not necessarily able to say with strong certainty that yes, in fact, it's going to be a complete and full rebound in the course of this next fiscal. It would be nothing more than pleasure for me to come back and have a large number change there in terms of our revised estimates for 21-22, showing in fact a high number, but that's not the number that we projected back in the height of COVID when the mains were prepared. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I appreciate those comments. Just very quickly, I'm really concerned with these numbers. They are, as I understand, based on sales of diamonds, and it's not a great time to be trying to sell diamonds. And I understand, there's a global pandemic, but this is not what devolution promised us. The estimates of the day were $60 million in revenues. Moving forward, all this was going to be, benefit everybody. But when I see these kinds of figures, this is a real warning sign that we need to look at what revenues we actually get from resource development and how we manage the resources. That's all I've got to say for now. Thanks, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate everybody having to put up with 10 minutes of me doing this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale?
I have one quick question, and I just want to bring up the last concern, and I won't try to drag this on too long. It just goes to the 1.5 million minerals, oil and gas royalties. Again, we used to get so many royalties and whatnot. I think something we really need to look at as a government is to, anytime there's new development in the future, to find a way that if there's any sort of massive ebbs like we're having right now, to have some cost certainty, or to some royalty certainties, I guess, for lack of a better word. So anytime the markets tank, that no matter what's negotiated, that anytime we negotiate with industry or any sort of the resource sector, to have that balance there, because right now, yes, when times are good, yes, the royalties are going to be great, but we still have to be prepared to make sure that we don't have as low numbers as these, because I think this is probably a historical low, in terms of income. So maybe if I guess I'll just leave that as a comment. I think that's something we need to always find ways to make sure that we have we get as much juice for our squeeze, I guess, for lack of a better word, from our resource sector, without hurting business as well on their end. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Thank you, members, and we'll please return now to the departmental summary on page 203. Industry, tourism, and investment operations expenditures, total department 2021-2022, main estimates, $59,989,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Industry, Tourism, and Investment at this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Industry, Tourism, and Investment 2021-2022. Main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I move that the chair rise to report progress. Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed?
The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please. Member for Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022, and would like to report progress with one motion. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Frame Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer. Minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, report of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions 638-19-2, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, bills 3, 12, 13, 14, and 16, committee reports 8, 9, and 10, Minister Statements 77, table documents 165, 166, 167, and 286, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Have a good weekend.